on the throttle. Buckle up, motherfuckers, for the Dogwater Radio Show.
Welcome, everybody, to Dogwater Radio, episode 22. It's our spoopy-doopy Halloween special. We've had many great guests on this show. Been a lot of work. So on this episode, first of all, that was a little bit of the Sawyer Family. I can't remember what fucking song I picked to play. Do you remember what song it was, Judd?
Something spooky.
Something Sawyer Family-ish.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, a little different show today because we got so much going on. So we're gonna roll into the beer tasting segment here in a few minutes. But yeah, we got interviews with multiple people telling their paranormal experiences. We've got Mr. Bob Wayne on, James Hunnicutt, Frtiz from WhiskeyDick, Amie Astelle, stand-up bass player for Cole Hinkle, Lorin, Madsen, a few other people. And we got Mathew from West Coast Radio and our old pal Felix Thursday. So a lot of busy show. It's probably going to end up being like 3-4 hours probably. So we are not doing the boob tube sesh. I'll probably play. I think I got a live segment from James Hunnicutt playing Hybrid Moments that I'll put on, and that'll kind of count as our boob tube sesh for this show. But very special show, very unique. It's going to be really good. I'm looking forward to it. So we're gonna try to do more shit like this too. And unfortunately, Blackwater was working all weekend, and I was working too, so it was really hard to get schedules to line up. And we also did a lot of things via Zoom, which I'm not sure you're set up for Zoom quite yet, but we're gonna get you there so you can be a part of these interviews as well. So, anyways, yeah, let's roll into the beer segment so we can get into some spoopy doopy stories.
Yeah, and I think probably on our outro, maybe I'll tell my ghost story.
Yeah, for sure. We'll probably swap some stories with Felix. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the only one that hasn't actually been recorded yet. It'll be recorded here in a few minutes. So, we'll do a little more talking then. But anyways, no, I mean, I guess we should do the pleasantries, I guess. Like, how was your week, buddy?
It's been all right. I was gonna say just working quite a bit. Other than that, I was gonna say not really anything special has happened. So
Did Millibug dress up as for Halloween?
she was the blondest Wonder Woman that the world's probably ever seen. But she was Wonder Woman this year. So
Right on. Cool. Well, she's gonna do great things as a woman in this world.
she
So
is. So
yeah.
did Paige dress up and go out as anything?
Yeah, I went to Spirited Halloween and I wanted to fucking shoot myself in the fucking face while I was there. It was last minute. We went on the 30th and she found a Misfits mask that she got, and then she got some leggings or some shit, and then she tried to not wear them, and it was a whole fucking clusterfuck of bullshit. So, but anyways, yeah, no, they had a good Halloween. I didn't, not so much, but Claire passed out candy and Paige went trick or treating with the family. So,
Nice.
yeah, pretty good. Went to Texas Roadhouse. Have you ever ate there?
Oh, hell yes.
Not too bad, man.
Yeah.
I thought, I thought it was gonna be a pile of shit. Honestly, I only picked that place because it was the only place that had a bathroom, and I had to piss for 3 hours. No place had bathrooms because of COVID. And speaking of spirited fucking Halloween, they almost got a spirited fucking yellow fucking gift in there, one of their Harry Potter fucking robes or some shit, because I had to piss so fucking bad I could taste it.
This robe smells like piss. It must be a Hufflepuff robe.
No.
Dude.
Somebody ran into Voldemort and fucking had a little act.
This came out his Slytherin.
Uh-oh, Ron Weasley cast a pee-pee spell.
Why does this smell like Hagrid's fucking house?
This smells like Hagrid and Harry had a one-on-one tutoring session.
You're a wizard, Harry Potter.
It smells like the tip of Gandalf's wand. Or not Gandalf, but whatever fucking... Oh, that was...
Dumbledore.
God damn it. Dumbledore. It smells like Dumbledore's Dumbledore.
Smells like that fucking. It smells like the one-eyed fucking googly-eyed professor's fucking eye goop, probably.
But I kind of figured that the Texas Roadhouse would be like as shitty as Applebee's or one of those places. I hate those fucking places.
It's a great place, man.
Not bad. I mean, the ambiance is fucking dipshit, fucking rednecks, but whatever.
Oh, it's straight like it's straight like you're in Texas. You fucking come on in and kicks it out, kick back there, Brooks and Dunn. We'll make you have fun for an hour.
Yeah, but I mean,
you can ride the saddle chair.
Yeah, I think that it shut down for COVID because I didn't even see it, but But I think the appetizers are a little better than the meals, but other than that, pretty good. I had the chicken fried steak and their deep fried pickles and their ranch there is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And those fucking rolls, man, I probably had like 8
Dude,
rolls.
those
That
rolls
was
are fucking, or they put cocaine in them or something. They're
that
addicting.
was good for the fucking blood sugar.
I will throw this disclaimer out there to anybody. If you have any sort of a nut allergy, fucking avoid this place. Because
Oh, really?
did were they not doing the peanuts and shit?
Oh, yeah, no, they weren't doing the peanuts this time. I forgot that they
Okay,
were doing
yeah. Be-
so.
because all the other times that I've ever been there, well, and this is pre-COVID, like you just fucking like you could like shell your own peanuts at the table and just throw the shit on the floor.
Yeah, I've heard that actually. So yeah, now I know why you said that though. But yeah, let's roll into a our beer segment. What's your review for this week?
My review for this week, I have a beer from our friends of the coast from Pelican Brewing.
Oh, Pelican's good,
Dude, I
man.
have become more and more of a Pelican fan as it is.
I didn't think they had that many options, but yeah, we need to go. If I'm not dead by next week, we need to go to GP and get some new beer
Mm-hmm.
because I'm on my last beer. So maybe we'll go Monday.
So this shit is called Seeing Red, and it's a Irish style red ale.
Okay, I'm feeling you.
Mm. And this is the last one out of the 6-pack that I'm drinking right now. So I've had 5 others to like guess what the taste of it is. It's really good. For any red I've ever had has been overly hopped and just like I don't it just it's not like reds were never my type of beer, and this is
It's been a
actually
really long
really fucking
time.
good.
It's been a really, really long time since I've had a red. So maybe I should try one out. I know that Barley Brown does a red um, spicy ginger jalapeno beer called Jones or Jones, I think.
Ciao.
So Jones.
Ciao.
I got a classic here, man. I'm excited to drink it. I believe I've had this, but it's probably been, I would say, probably 17 years since I've had this, and it wasn't my cup of tea then. But I got this and I saved it for the Halloween special for a reason, because the gentleman on this bottle, you once played him in a play. Well, probably not him actually, but a character that was very fond of this guy in a play that we once shared the spotlight in. And it was kind of spoopy, little 7th junior high spoopy play called Your Guests Are Ghosts.
I was uh I
What was
was
your
this
character's name?
Willoughby.
Willoughby?
I was the star of the show.
Can you give me a little Willoughby before I pop open the
You're talking 20 more years and like 1,000 bong hits fucking later. No, I can't.
You can't give me
I
some.
remember it. To be or not to be, that is the question.
Well, this is the Rogue Shakespeare Stout.
That's why I thought you probably that's what I
I
figured
have.
it
This is
was.
a classic too. I think this is the first Rogue they ever fucking made, and I haven't had it in a number of years, if I ever have. So I'm kind of excited. It smells potent, though. It was either this one or Dead Guy they did first. I think it was this one, though. It smells
It probably, yeah.
it smells strong.
I think it's an imperial stout.
Let me look and see what it says if it's got any info on it. I can't read because the lights aren't fucking on in this place.
Dogbot forgot to pay his power bill. No.
It says dedicated to the classics. Like every time classic, or like every true classic, this beer is worth discovering anew. Year after year, 3 decades ago, we brewed this award-winning stout to honor Ashland's, the birthplace of Rogue and the home of the celebrated Oregon Shakespeare Festival. It pours ebony in color with a rich, creamy head and a mellow chocolate finish. It says bitter, roasted, malty, sweet, and chocolate. So it's got a bit of everything. It smells strong. Yeah. It's a good beer, man. I can understand why this is a beer that put them on the fucking map, man. It is stout. This one's been sitting in my fridge for a minute. I almost think this would be better warm. It's almost got a coffee flavor to it too, so. But yeah, I mean, fuck, it's Rogue, man. It's good. I mean, it's not my favorite Rogue, but I could see why people fell in love with this. Not only was this the beer that kind of put Rogue on the map, but I honestly think kind of put craft beer in Oregon on the map.
That and Widmer.
Yeah. Yep, those two I think really kind of grabbed the reins.
I think Rogue kind of broke out of the metro area type microbrewers, because like the four original Oregon breweries, basically what were Widmer, fucking Full Sail, Bridgeport, and Rogue.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
those are the four that in Deschutes and Central Oregon.
Yeah, Deschutes has been around a long time too. I mean, as long as I can remember.
Then Terminal Gravity and Enterprise.
Yeah, and then
but like Terminal Gravity has never like busted out like huge.
Well, and they're fairly too. I think they came around like the last 7-8 years.
Mm-hmm.
These guys have been around for fucking 30 now. It looks like.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's a good fucking beer, man. I mean, it's not my favorite. I would drink it if it was on tap someplace and there was no other Rogue. I'd probably drink it over that Hunnicutt if it was on tap someplace. There's a.
Mm-hmm.
It's I would put it as a mid-grade Rogue for me. I mean, I'd probably give it a 3.5 on my scale. I'm grading. I'm on my grading scale on Untapped. It's or whatever the fuck tapped in or what is that thing?
Yeah, Untapped
is going to get a little harder, I think, because to be honest with you, the Rogue Trip just set the bar real high for other beers for me. So, I mean, I'm barely going to fuck with IPAs these days. It better be good. Like, I had a peach IPA at Bucknum's the other day, and I didn't even grade it because I was like, I'm not going to bother because it was like okay, but I would have gave it like a 2,
Yeah.
It was better than probably some bullshit I would have got out of a can at the grocery store, but it wasn't, worth remembering the name of.
Well, that's the whole thing with all these fucking canned IPAs, and like that's my whole. I mean, people have already heard my gripe about IPAs.
Mm-hmm.
Like every brewery has fucking 10 of them or more. Like you know what? There's well, that not only that, but IPAs are like really easy to brew. They're really easy. They're like one of the easiest to brew beers,
Yeah.
and easiest to brew like mass like brewing.
Hmm.
They don't take as long to like ferment, and they don't, shelving and shit like
Oh,
that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Learn something
Like
new.
that's like with stouts and shit like that, it takes a little while for them to like, get to what they are.
This fucker is stout though. Like it's almost boozy, fucking stout. Like I don't know, like Kahlua-y, like but not as sweet. You really get that bite
Mix
from the alcohol.
mix that some mix that some bitch with some Kahlua and Baileys and have yourself a Shakespeare spout. Have yourself a Shakespeare shart,
Huh.
like a duck fart.
Fucking Shakespeare
It's
shark.
a fucking Shakespeare shart.
They should do that. That'd be good. I'm gonna do Guinness St. Patty's Day this year.
Hmm.
Shizzle. That'll be our St. Patty's Day show.
We should just do like all Irish beers.
Yeah, we should. That fucking Irish that what is it? Dark Iron Horse Brewing? Dark Horse Brewing?
Yeah, the Iron Horse
Those
Brewery.
fuckers got it going on too. And they're out of Washington,
Yep.
right? Well,
They're at Ellensburg.
yeah. Yeah, those guys are fucking good. That's some good fucking dark beer, man. The Iron Horse. I like
It
mentioned
is.
both of them. The Aloha and the Quilters, whatever. That's one of the favorite ones I've done on the show, I think, to be honest.
Yeah, dude, that Aloha Death was probably one of my favorite
Yeah,
beers
it was really
ever.
good. It was a little bit too sweet for me, but it was still really, really, really good. Yeah, we're gonna have to do on top of the year artist, we're gonna have to do our year beer.
Yeah, or our beer in review.
Hmm. Yeah, I need to drink that Shavashani I've got in the fridge pretty quick before it goes bad.
The Shabba Shabba
I'm
Shmoo.
so busy drinking. Like I'm not like an alcoholic or fucking a big drinker. So like the one beer I have a week kind of maxes me out sometimes, especially when I'm trying to get healthy, And I've got like a
Yeah.
32-ounce stout in my hand right now after I've eaten Halloween candy all day. And I'm trying to go to the gym every day and shit, like they're fucking just wipe my ass
How,
spending an hour on the elliptical today.
how many Kit Kats can I eat and not die on the treadmill tomorrow?
Oh shit. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna start collecting Rogue shit. I think this bottle's really cool. It's got the old school gold logo on it. That's like actually like etched into the bottle almost. I think it's
Sweet.
not like glued on with no, maybe it might be etched onto the bottle. I don't know. But yeah, straight from the brewery, man. I'm gonna be interested to see what Rogues should be putting out some new shit soon because I was looking at their website, man, and they don't even have hardly anything in the distribution company right now.
Huh.
Yeah, I was like looking to see where they were selling the shit at. And fuck, man, you can't find it right now. So it's getting to be out of season, which means their next batch should be coming out pretty soon.
Either that or hopefully COVID didn't fuck them over
I
with
don't.
some of their shit.
They were really busy when they were down at the when I was down there. But 90% of their shit now is bat squatch, which is garbage.
Yeah.
I really don't like that bat squatch. That the logo's cool and stuff, but like you said, it makes sense. It's probably easy for them to brew, so they just
Mm-hmm.
made a logo for it because they knew they could brew a lot of it. People be into it because it had the Rogue name on it and the cool logo. But really, that IP is definitely not my favorite Rogue, and it's not even my favorite IPA. It's real hard for me to drink that bat squatch. I don't think I would ever have another one.
No, it's just I don't like people have forgotten like beer is not just hops.
Yeah, I don't like to shit
Beer
on
is
Rogue,
malt
but that
also. No, I don't want to shit on any microbrewery
yeah, but
because To me, is beer is an art just like music or fucking painting or anything else.
But that is too skunky for even me, man. And I like Heineken, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got like a Heineken chilling in the fridge from my vacation that I didn't drink, and I love Heineken, man, and that beer's too fucking skunky for me. It's just you drink about half of it, it just starts tasting like battery acid mixed with donkey piss. You know,
Oh, that.
it reminded me a little bit of Fat Tire. If you know, maybe
Yeah.
in a sense, it just gets too fucking heavy after like fucking a quarter to half of the can. So this stout,
Yeah.
that's not as good though. I'm
like
gonna warm up a little bit too. I think this will be really good, kind of warm.
put it in a mug and put it in the microwave.
I don't know about that, but
Just not drinking Dr. Pepper in the towel.
warm Dr. Pepper.
Warm Dr. Pepper.
We like to drink warm Dr. Pepper after we have sex with our sisters.
It brings that. It gets that bad after sex pubic hair taste out of your mouth.
I actually shouldn't say something like that. I love Southern people, actually. I shouldn't
Well,
say
so do
that.
I. Fucking, I'm related to Southern people, but
Yeah. Yeah. Well, shit, man. We should roll into some music and then to an interview. I think we've got James. James is our first interview coming up next. And then we've got what song did I pick to play? I think I got the Goddamn Gallows, Ghost of the Rails, followed by James Hunnicutt's Hybrid Moments. And then we got the Hunnicutt interview, and that's what the show will be from till the end. When we roll into the Felix interview, it'll be all interviewed with spoopy stories and a couple songs here and there of the artists that we're having tell stories to us with. So we'll be right back with you or I will be. Blackwater didn't really join too many of the things, so but yeah, we'll be back.
I'll be in at the end.
Yeah, well, we always like to have the ass end, or Jody on the ass end of things. So, yeah,
I like the asshole. Oh.
all right, we'll be back.
I'm the ghost on the rails and I lie
If you're gonna scream, scream with me. Moments like this never last. When do creatures rape your face? Hobbits opened up the door. Ooh, baby, when you cry, your face is momentary. You hide your looks behind these scars. In hybrid moments, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Is momentary. You hide your looks behind these scars. In hybrid moments, in hybrid moments. Give me a moment. Give me a moment.
I think we're fucking recording this time. It says recording. Hopefully it fucking records. Operator error. Pretty sure this time it's my fault. Everybody else has turned out good.
That's the universe.
Yeah.
It's so all good. It seems to be an ongoing thing with
You look extra handsome in the light, though, today.
Oh, thanks, dude. I thought I felt real scruffy, man. I was thinking, man, maybe I should take a shower real quick. But thanks.
I don't know. I like it. You know,
you look as handsome as ever.
Thanks. I just woke up from a little nap 2 minutes ago. So I've been running hard lately. So sleep when I can.
I hear you, man.
Right on. So it appears to be a little pause between us, but I don't think that'll be an issue. So you want to go ahead and tell us your ghost story for our late Halloween show? Everything's late on Dogwater anyway. So.
Sure, man. It's right on time, man. We're just 364 days early for next year. We're golden.
Yeah.
We're kicking epic amount of ass.
Huh.
Well, let me think. I guess I'll share the one I shared before.
Okay.
Because I'm hoping we can do this more often. I've got a lot of them, man.
I don't want to give anything away too much to you or before we start telling the story. But your story set the pace for the whole show. Everybody's story is similar to this one in some way. So, but I'll tell you. I'll let you tell the story and then I'll explain a little bit. Well, never mind.
Okay, cool.
So I'll try to figure out how to edit it in so it's not giving a bunch of shit away. But anyways, just tell the story.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's all cool. It's the miracle of modern technology, man. Okay, let me think. This particular experience, it was kind of the culmination of something that had been going on at this old apartment that I had in Manette, which is a suburb of Bremerton. It was these apartments called Bremerton Gardens, which to my knowledge used to be old World War II housing. So there's a lot of history there, a lot of interesting stuff. And that apartment had a lot going on in it in a spiritual kind of ghost paranormal sense, I guess. And it started with I would have that feeling, of someone walking up behind me or watching me. And it ended up being it usually happened in my upstairs room that where my computer was. And my computer was on the wall far from the door. And hold on a second. This guy wants to talk to me. What's up?
Who owns that excursion?
I have no idea, man. I'm sorry.
That's all right. No problem. These are all apartments in through here.
Yeah, this building. Yeah.
Oh, really? How do you get upstairs?
I have no idea. Well, I know how to get up to our room up here, but over there, I don't know.
Cool, thanks.
No problem. Well, that was fun. Real life, man. Reality TV. Non-scripted. That just happened. That was real reality TV. For a
spooky ghost.
Imagine that shit.
It was a ghost.
That would never sell because it was real. You know. But ended up my computer was on the wall that was kind of facing the door. So when I was on my computer mixing and recording stuff in that room, the door was always behind me. And I'd always get that sensation of someone walking up behind me or watching me. And it was kind of unnerving at first because it happened a lot. And I'd turn around to see what was there, and it kind of spooked me a little bit. But then I got really chill with it because like we had talked about before at a different time, that I've kind of had the attitude that if you're respectful and open to what's going on, it tends to be pretty chill. Like, at least that's been my experience. So I, start being respectful and talking to whatever's there, and letting it know that I'm not there to harm it. And so I just stopped turning around. And at that point, after, months of this, it got to the point where I wouldn't even turn around anymore. I'd just say hello and start talking to whatever was there. And that had been going on for quite a while. I hadn't experienced anything like that in the bedroom that I slept in, which is next to this room, until this night. And this one freaked me out a bit because it had more of a physical sensation to it rather than just that feeling like the spidey sense going off. Something physical happened that really tripped me out. I was laying in bed by myself, and it's dark. And that feeling where if someone sits on the bed next to you, how it will depress the mattress. Like, you'll feel the mattress kind of shift and go down.
Yeah.
That happened. And I was the only one in the room. And that spooked me a little bit at the time. Now it's like, I think it's cool and it's kind of funny. But at the moment, like, it totally freaked me out a bit. So I flipped on the light. And yeah, that's that particular story. And then there was, I kept having that sensation, but that was the only like physical thing that kind of happened, where something like physical phenomena happened, like, and that was a trip. Like, something, I'm pretty sure something sat down in the bed next to me, that was not of a physical nature, like a disembodied form,
So I have to tell the story that I told you too, because I was blabbing about it on the other people's interviews. So, like, now I got to do it again so everybody knows what I was talking about. But so, like, I had a similar experience in an apartment that I lived in, the first apartment I ever lived in, actually. And when I moved in, I had the same feeling, like somebody was watching me. And I kind of shook it off like I was just being a little bitch, because it was my first apartment, so it's like, just like, all right, you're just being a little bitch. Things are just weird, Well, one night I laid down to go to sleep, and something like it. The only way I can describe this is that something flicked a lighter in my face, like, not flicked it and like left it going, but like, yeah, but no, not even that. Just a spark, though, just a spark. Like, they couldn't get it going the first time.
Super quick, like a flash.
Yeah. And then so I woke up and popped up, and my eyes were adjusting because, like, in that spark, though, I could see somebody standing over the top of me. And when I sat up and my eyes adjusted to the dark and I could see again, there wasn't anything in my room, So I got up because I always left my door unlocked, because you know how Heppner is. It's a town of 2,000 people. At that point, he still had a lot of friends.
Totally.
So, like,
yeah.
But a lot of my friends would get drunk and get locked out of their fucking houses, because some of them still with their parents, or like, they'd get too drunk to walk home or not want to drive home. So I just leave my door unlocked. A lot of people stumble in at 2 in, go sleep on my couch. So I thought one of my friends was just fucking with me. Maybe he wanted to smoke some pot or something, So I got up, walked out of my living room and looked around, and like, there's nothing in there. And I'd never told that fucking story to anybody except my mom. And she was like, "You're going fucking crazy." Like, she was like worried about my health, like not mental, but she was like, maybe you got like blood pressure problems or something, and you got woke up because, you know, of your blood pressure problems or this or that. You know, she's going through all these fucking things that she thought it was. And I was like, I gotta just think it's like a fucking ghost. But anyway, so I didn't tell anybody about it because I thought everybody would think I was fucking crazy. But I let a buddy of mine come stay with me for a little while, and he was staying in the other room in my apartment. And we had a few friends over, and we were just chilling. And it's like 2:00 in the morning. My other buddy was in that room trying to sleep because he had to work early the next day, and he came stumbling out of the room all sleepy looking and goes, "Which one of you motherfuckers flicked the lighter in my face?" So, yeah. But anyways, after that, like, more weird shit just started happening. Like, I was laying on the couch, because by now I'm sleeping on the couch because I don't want to sleep in the bedroom. So now I'm sleeping on the couch every fucking night with like the light on, and or the TV on or something. And I was in that same state of mind where you're not quite awake, but you're not quite asleep, you know. And fucking, it felt like something cupped my ear with their hand. Like, I could literally feel like the warmth of their hand, and like heard the sound and felt the pressure change on my ear. And then, so I thought somebody was in my fucking apartment, and I popped up and there wasn't anything there. But like, it's funny, like you were saying. So I talked to this hippie chick, like, that I knew. She was an older gal, and I'd go to her for a lot of weird advice and shit, like to just fucking find my inner peace and shit. She was like really into like the Celestine prophecy and a bunch of weird shit. So like, but she was telling me, like, just embrace it. Like, then once you can accept it, you guys can live in harmony together. And that's totally what I did. Like, I started talking to it. Like, when I'd feel the hairs on my neck go up at 2 a.m. when I was in my kitchen making a sandwich, I would just be like, "Oh, hey, what's up?" You know, and like, that's how I got through it. And,
Totally.
I lived in that apartment for about a year and a half, and I didn't have a lot of issues after I started to embrace that. And I didn't get a lot of like dark feelings, like it was like out to hurt me or anything. And a bunch of pictures of us partying and shit, and there's orbs in them in that same apartment. It's pretty kind of a special time in my life. So, but yeah, everybody's story has some kind of sleep paralysis, or like where, because last time you told the story, I'm not sure you mentioned it this time, that you were in a frame of mind where you weren't quite asleep, but you weren't quite awake, was one of the things that you mentioned in the last.
Yeah.
And Fritz's was the same place. Bob Wayne's was the same place. And then my story's like I feel like you set the pace for everybody's story. And then some of them were more intense with sleep paralysis and other things, but yeah, you totally set the pace. I think it's really kind of a trip that everybody's like started out. So, you know, that feeling where you're not quite asleep, but you're not quite awake.
Totally.
Every time I heard that, and then it kept getting later and later here.
Yeah.
And like me and Bob were both talking too, and Bob was like, I really don't even want to talk about it, because every time I say something about it, it happens to me again. So,
yeah.
But yeah,
it's like an invitation. Sometimes talking about it and thinking about it can be like an invitation.
Yeah. Well,
kind of opens that door. I've had experience like that too.
Yeah. And me and Bob were talking more about like sleep paralysis. So like, we were kind of
scary. Yeah.
And, that's a different beast, man. I don't know. Have you ever had any sleep paralysis shit happen?
Oh yeah. And I've had I had 3 different, what I call reoccurring nightmare experiences, where it was very similar and it happened repeatedly. And it happened from my teens up through my 20s, like my mid 20s. I think it's the last time I recall with those repeating kind of reoccurring things. And they definitely were in that space, that sleep paralysis, where you're not quite asleep, but you're not quite awake. You're lucid, but you're still like subconsciously very active.
Mm-hmm.
And that tends to be, for people I've talked to as well, that tends to be where the best and or worst stuff tends to happen, because it's realistic enough and vivid, especially if you're having to make noise, like you wake yourself up yelling or screaming, you know, you wake up literally like, ah, you know, to kind of break yourself out of it. That can be pretty terrifying, man. Those reoccurring ones, there was 3 of them in particular, and they were all that way. They were really, I felt like I was being infringed upon. One was like, you know, I would equate it to kind of like an alien abduction kind of thing. Like I was definitely in the presence of some beings that were overseeing and checking me out and kind of examining or like studying me or something. And it was really frightening. And the other 2, definite, like one was like a serial killer kind of thing. Like I was 2 steps behind someone that was going around killing people that I loved. And but it was in the dream state. It was people that I knew that would have been my friends and family in that place, but waking up, it was nobody that I knew. Like it wasn't anyone I could put a name or a face to, but
yeah,
in
like
the
a
experience, it was people
or something
that were very near and dear.
Yeah,
and it was totally terrifying because I was like, it was like, yeah, like I was like I don't know if I was like a detective or what, or an investigator, but it's like I was just 2 steps behind all these horrific things that were happening. And that was a reoccurring one too. Those
mine was just like, I felt like I had a heavy weight on me, and I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't talk, I couldn't scream, I couldn't like move, and I was trying with all my might, and I could see everything around me. I could see Claire sleeping next to me. I could see the room. I could see the door. I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do anything. And it seemed like it felt like it went on for hours. And the best way I could describe it, and Bob Wayne described it kind of the same way. It's kind of like I imagine dying feels a lot like that. You know, it was fucking sick. And one thing that kept going through my head is like, I don't want Claire to find me like this. Like, I thought I was dead. I was like, and I don't want Claire to wake up in the morning to me laying next to her. Like, get the fuck up, you know? And then finally it happened. And then
totally.
But it was almost like there was something there with me, fucking with me, like doing it to me, you know? And then, it happened like 3 more times. It was in the same apartment, and it stopped when I left that apartment. The second and third time weren't as bad because I felt like after the first time it happened, I was like, okay, motherfucker, I've been here. Just relax. You're going to fucking come out of it.
Yeah.
You're going to come out of this. I get what's going on. And then like the second I relaxed, it would just like lift, and I'd be like, I'd always have to get up. And it was like I was taking my first breath in a really long time. But I would fucking like have to get up, go smoke a cigarette, take a piss, and just like, I don't know, it would be like trying to get back to sleep for 2 hours. But I know the second and third time it happened, it wasn't as bad. But the first time I thought I was fucking dead. Like I literally thought I was dead, and there was like something in the room with me. It was really dark. But yeah, it's weird. You set the pace with the whole sleep paralysis thing. It's kind of creepy. So I got a couple.
Yeah, that's
I got a couple more interviews still to do, so we'll see how they pan out. But
okay.
But yeah, I'm not gonna say anything to anybody. I'm gonna let it just guide its way in and see if everybody else is like, you know, that feeling. It'll be super creepy if that's how it goes.
Totally, everybody on the same page.
Yeah. But fuck yeah, thanks for coming on, James. We'll have to get you on for a Christmas special. I might do one where I try to get a bunch of people on to talk about their favorite childhood Christmas. So start thinking about your favorite childhood Christmas. So, but yeah, man.
That'd be cool. Hey, there's one thing I wanted to mention.
What's up?
I love you too, man. I wanted to mention something that I forgot to mention when we did this before. And it's quite relevant to what we're talking about, actually. But just like 2 weeks ago now, it was last week, I started writing a book. I'm working on several different books, along with a bunch of different albums, and whichever one I finish first is going to be the one I put out first. But I got this idea, and right now it's called Dreams, Visions, and Nightmares. It's going to be recollections of these experiences that I've had.
Oh, wow.
Like some of these dreams, some of the sleep paralysis. Yeah. So I actually just started writing some of these out, And it didn't dawn on me until we were talking now, because I'm such a bonehead that I didn't think about it before. But I'm actually writing some of these out, and some of them I'm trying to be as true to form in recollecting what happened, you know, so they can be as accurate as I can recall from memory. And then other ones I'm going to have a little more fun with, and I'm going to kind of put that out there, like, this is the best of my memory. And then this one I had fun and kind of ran with it and embellished a little bit to kind of get, like, maybe, you know, some Edgar Allan Poe, H.P. Lovecraft, like some kind of suspenseful horror stories out of the mix too.
I got you. Yeah. That's cool, though. I'll be looking forward to reading that.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe it slipped my mind before. Like, it's so what we're talking about. Like, I had never thought of that. I've written short stories that are kind of suspense, thriller, horror kind of stuff, but I hadn't ever sat down and thought, man, I should take some of these experiences that I've had and write them out in a story form and see where they go. So I'm pretty stoked about that. And it's so relevant to what we're talking about. I was just like, light bulb, duh. You should probably tell him about this.
Yeah. I hope you get that out sometime, man. Because, I'd like to read it for sure. Along with anything else you have. Dude, you written a book yet? I'll make sure you get it when it's done. Have you written a book yet? I think you have. Have you written a book yet and, like, actually released it?
No, I haven't.
I thought you had for some reason.
No, my plan was to get one done this spring, right before everything just kind of got crazy. Mm-hmm. And then my focus shifted. But now I've had more time to create, so I'm getting back into it. Hopefully I'll have the first one done, you know, within the next year. I'm just kind of done saying, in the past, I'd always be like, I'm going to have this album done by this date. And it's never worked that way. So I'm just not a lot of pressure off anymore.
Not do that.
Yeah. I'm just kind of letting it flow. And then like, I'm almost done with an album now, but I'm not going to make any announcements about it until I actually have it wrapped up in the artwork and everything. So I can promote it for a few months and talk about it and, you know, try to do it as legit as possible, putting it out there rather than just a Facebook post at 3 a.m. Hey, I just did a new album. Check it out. You know? yeah. That's kind of how I definitely started doing shit, man. Like, I don't fucking give times until the project's done anymore. You know, it's bit me in the ass too many times. So, it's a lot less pressure that way. And I think the product in the hindsight comes out better. And it's funny you mentioned a book too, because totally.
This computer that I'm on right now, I bought this because I'm writing my first book. So,
awesome.
I'm actually writing one too right now. It's going to be
cool.
Kind of based around Mind and Owen's tour, that clusterfuck that was all epic, where we blew all those tires and shit. So, but in order to like make it to where I don't get sued or piss anybody off, I'm like changing like everybody's names in it. So then I might spice things up too, because like I wish she was still alive, kind of, because we would always argue over how the stories really went, like some of the shit that happened in Muddy Roots or like some of the shit that happened. He'd be like, no, it went like this. Like both of our memories were blurring together because so much shit happened and we're both so fucked up on drugs the whole time that like I don't think either of our stories were really legitimately like right, you know? So,
totally.
But so much crazy shit happened. I'm just gonna like change everybody's name unless I know they're like 100% cool. Because like anybody who knows this will probably be able to piece together who this is. But I don't want to be just like, okay, so this person, I found this person's ID in my van, and after Owen and him had been in there, so like I knew they were snorting oxy in my van. So when I went to take it back, it was funny. Like, you know, I don't want to call that person out. That person might be sober, and I want people to know they're snorting oxycodone at Muddy Roots. So yeah, I'm gonna change.
I told my wife I never did drugs.
Yeah, or something. I highly doubt the person would care, but just to be safe, you know, it's like I'll change everybody's name. Maybe I'll come to some of the people that I think really won't care and just be like, hey, I want to tell this story in this book. Do you mind if I just use your name? You know, but even his is the biggest thing, really, you know? So like I got to make it feel like fictional, you know, because his mom doesn't really like me all that much, so I don't want to like shit on her either, you know. But I feel like it's a good thing to write a book about. Like, it'll be very entertaining. Just a couple fucking really like fucking okay at best musicians traveling around the country trying to follow their dream in a shitty van that won't stop breaking down, getting into mischief. Like, and then you take Owen's personality and all the shit that I had to endure being in a van with him for 2 months, you know, and the things that we came up with. Like, it has to be a book. Like, the things that happened, just that it was meant to be a book, because the things don't just happen to normal people, you know. So, but the thing I noticed,
dude, it's the type of thing, unless, yeah.
I thought I'd be able to whip it out quicker, though, man. Like, for me, it took me a good hour probably to get a couple pages down. You know, I didn't like my artistic flow didn't just open up, and I didn't start just like typing, you know, like Jack Kerouac did when he wrote On the Road, you know, like I was like really happening to be thoughtful and make sure the dates were lining up at least somewhat, you know, and trying to figure out the best way to like line it up, you know. So I finally, it's cool. It's kind of cool how it worked out, because I started writing it on my birthday, and I was on tour with him on my birthday. So like I kind of like was like, all right, so it's like kind of went in that way.
That's badass.
So, but yeah, hopefully that's a project I can get done. You know, it's something that who fucking knows where that'll go. I've sat down and tried to write a couple books already, you know, and then sometimes they just get pushed aside like instantly. So I figured I invested a lot of money into this computer, so I'm hoping to do a lot more things with a lot of different things with it. And that's one, is I want to really devote myself to that book. It's something I always wanted to do.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's cool. I'm looking forward to your book, man. I hope you get it done, man.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's I've got like, I guess 10 to 12 things kind of started or written, and some of them are just going to be, you know, a few pages long. Some maybe even just a few paragraphs, like kind of like a poem.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, it's really up in the air. I'm going to kind of let them, I've really learned to kind of just let it take me with music too. I'm going to approach it the same way. Just let it take me where it's going to, and try not to overthink it or structure it too much. Just let it kind of flow and then see where it takes me.
Absolutely. Well, all right, man, I'll let you go.
Hey, I got a question for you, man.
Yeah, okay.
I got a question for you about that. When you were saying how sometimes it's tougher, I found it's tougher for me to write too that way. Like, I think I do better speaking. So what I'm going to start doing, I think, is when I get an idea, like if I'm recollecting memoir kind of stuff, and maybe you could try this too. It might work better for you. I think it will for me, is I'm just going to start recording myself recollecting like autobiographical stuff like that. Just record it audio wise, then come back and type it out. Because for some reason I start typing and it might start off really cool, but then a paragraph or 3 into it, I'm just all over the place. And I'm just like, I'm covered like a month here. I'm 10 years ahead here. I'm 5 years behind there. It's so zigzaggy that it's just kind of crazy. So I don't know, just a suggestion. Maybe that might work for you too, is kind of talking about it.
I actually started doing that with a friend of mine, and I was actually going to have her be the underwriter. So, like, I was just going to spit shit to her and have her do it, but it just wasn't working. So I was like, now the plan was like, I think I want to start writing it, and then I'll send it to you to have you edit all my misspelled bullshit and to catch all my little errors and stuff like that. And she was like, that's a good idea, because she was like, I don't feel like you're describing things. Like, you got to, like, make people feel like they're with you in it, you know? Like, if you're going to write a book about traveling, you need to really describe, like, the landscape and how you're feeling and things like that, you know? And she's like, all I'm hearing is stuff like, so yeah, we were, like, heading to, like, here, and, you know, like, and I did a lot of, well, yeah, and then it was, like, all super pressured, too, because I was, like, trying to do one, like, a day, you know, and she was like, I can't work with this shit. So I was like, I'll try writing it, and then I'll send it to you. So, But yeah, I tried that. For some reason, I thought it would work good for me. I was like, all right, I don't have to write. And everybody knows I can't spell for shit. So I was like, fuck yeah, okay, this will be great. And then I was like, that wasn't working, man. I was like trying to do it every morning and stuff. But yeah, it's a good suggestion. I think it would work for some people. You just got to keep those things in mind, that you got to like really express how you're feeling, or you were feeling at that time, and what things looked like, you know, like, especially when you're writing, because I don't know, you probably read Kerouac, I'm sure, right?
A little bit.
The one thing, because I'm a huge Kerouac guy, the one thing I love about him is how he described the things that he was seeing when he was traveling. He really made me want to go to those places, or he would, later on when I read his life, I was like, I know where he was at, like, you know, because I'd traveled around so much.
Totally.
But
totally.
he was kind of the one that made me want to pack my shit and go do something, you know, like he really, but that's part of what made me want to write about traveling is, you know, a lot of people should experience a sunset in the middle of nowhere where nobody thinks that's special. You know, nobody thinks the spot's special, but when you're standing there at the right moment, and that's like your special moment, you know, and like, that's where I feel like I get in touch with a higher power of some sort, you know, is when I'm in these moments. And it's like, you don't read about these things in history books. You read about like the Empire State Building, you know, people walk up to the Grand Canyon and are like, oh, wow, that's cool. You know, and the Grand Canyon is cool, but there's a lot of other cooler shit out there that people don't write about because it's, you know, hard to get to, or it's, people just don't think it's special until they're standing there at the right time, you know, like fuck the freeway.
Totally.
Freeway in New Mexico at fucking 5 a.m. in August, you know, is fucking amazing. Watching the sunrise in New Mexico, you know?
Yeah. You can have a profound experience anywhere. You don't have to go to a profound place.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of us think that you have to go to some place that's quote unquote cool, but that's not what it's about. You can have peak experiences and amazing, profound, life altering experiences anywhere if you go there and you're open to it. And like you said, you can see things that you never would have thought you would seen there that'll blow your mind. And it could be in the middle, a place that you wouldn't think, compared to something like the Grand Canyon, wouldn't be as of significant, but it can be so much more powerful, you know. And if you don't travel and do shit, I think that's harder to realize. And a big problem with humanity today is that we don't travel enough and we don't culture ourselves enough, and we don't learn other shit, man. We just stay in our little bubble.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
we either just look at shit in pictures, or we concentrate on taking pictures. We're not in the moment anywhere.
Yeah.
And, you know, and that's
totally.
Honestly, that's half of what's so great about being a musician. I mean, obviously for us, it's not the money and the chicks, but it's the moments, you know, like where you're with your friends at fucking 5 a.m. and you're trying to make the next show, and you got like a 12-hour drive, and the things you see when you're going down the road at that time, you know, and the camaraderie of being with your friends and doing art and things you love, and those are the moments. It's like there's no amount of money that can fucking make that even, you know, I mean, there's just like, it doesn't have to pay a lot to make it worth it, you know. That's why we're so
totally
old. That's why we're getting so much older, and we still do it, even though it breaks us almost every time we do, you know. It's because and it never fades. It's never like I go out on the road and I'm like, wow, that time fucking, I always kind of say I'm getting too old for this shit, but it's never like I'm like, I'm done, you know, I quit. No, I know. I'll probably
totally.
I'll go out until either I can't anymore or until I'm dead, you know. And I've slowed down a lot, and I've got a regular job. But the one thing I look forward, like one of the things I look forward to most, is when the next time I'm going to go play shows is, you know.
Same here, man.
I understand why the Gallows can do it like as hard as they do it, you know. But
I can't anymore, man. I have no desire to hit it as hard as I used to. I don't think my body or my brain or even my spirit could handle it anymore. And I actually appreciate it more now that I'm not doing it as much, you know?
I think I do too. It's a lot less stressful now that it's not my main source of income. And, but it is, and it hurts a lot more. Like I spend days after I'm done just stretching out and trying to kick the van dust off my knees and hips. And I fucking 200 pounds heavier now. So like it's fucking sleeping on a van seat is definitely not as comfortable as it used to be. Like sleep's non-existent really. So my energy drink consumption doubles, which makes kidney stones and whatever else, you know, when I get home. So, but yeah, it takes me a lot more time to heal up physically, you know, but mentally I'll never stop doing it. I mean, I'll still try to do, you know, I think for a while I stopped doing big runs at all. So, but I want to start trying to do like at least a month out of every year once COVID lifts, you know. Maybe not
Same
at
here.
once. 2-3 year week pockets, you know, here or there.
Totally.
So
we'll do it again, man.
Yeah, for sure. I had so many good things planned for 2020, man, and fucking
dude, I know.
I was supposed to play that show at Josh.
It's been crazy. It's so weird.
Yeah, actually, I'm supposed to be in Chicago right now, or heading away from Chicago. We're supposed to play Josh's Halloween show.
Yeah, same here.
Fucking canceled with the Gallows and the Coffin Cats and the Teenage Bottle Rockets. That was gonna be sweet. I was so excited for that show. And fucking sure as shit.
Yeah.
But hence that's life.
Everything,
man.
dude. It's been a trip, man.
Yeah, it's a weird time to be alive.
Trip.
Funny, like everybody.
Yeah, it is, and it's so weird that it's 2020. You know, like hindsight 2020. Like what a crazy. Just even the numerology, the number is wild. This is such a crazy time of experience and reflection, and like one of the first things I thought of was like the whole hindsight 2020. It couldn't have happened like the number even. It's like, of course, this is 2020 because it's just an insane time of what's going on and reflecting of what we've done. It's like just epically insane hindsight 2020 kind of thing this year. It's pretty fucking wild.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think a lot of people aren't learning anything, and it's just making things worse in a lot of ways, you know? And it's like I feel like we're a bottle of champagne and we're just being shook up and we're just waiting for that top to fucking blow off at any minute in some way, you know? I'm like, when is it gonna fucking break open and just fucking spew everywhere, you know? So hopefully it calms down.
It started leaking. Yeah.
One thing I know, win, lose, or draw, I'm ready for election season to be fucking over. Like,
me too.
I don't care who wins at this point. I mean, it's obvious I did not vote for Trump. He's a piece of shit, but either he's going to have another 4 years and he's going to fuck us even more, or somebody else is going to get in there and start trying to fix what he's already fucked up, and things will still be fucked up. You know, either way, things are going to be fucked up. I'm just ready to see which way they're going, you know, so I can settle in and start getting ready for it, you know, pretty much. And maybe everything will simmer down, and the fucking conservatives, if he wins, can just be happy that he won and shut the fuck up. And same with the Democrats. They can be happy he's fucking out and fucking shut the fuck up, you know. But
good luck with that one, but yeah.
I
feel you, man. I feel the same way. Like
I almost think, I don't want to get too political, but I almost think him losing at this point might be worse than if he won, because of all of his fucking Al-Qaeda buddies are fucking probably going to flip out and say that the Democrats cheated him somehow, and they're all strapped with cheap-ass Walmart.
It's going to be
AK-47s.
But
yeah,
you're going to see a lot of shitty behavior from people either way, I think, you know. And I hope the pendulum swings back the other direction. I don't want to go through another 4 years of this insanity myself. But either way, though, I think it's going to be, you got a lot of really angry, disturbed people that are going to act shitty one way or the other. So, yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. I feel like it's just adding, though. And I think once it's done, it'll maybe stop a little bit, you know. Hopefully. I don't know. But election season is never fun anyways.
I'm not holding my breath, though.
We'll see.
I've already prepared myself. I'm preparing myself.
I am too. But all right, buddy. I'm going to let you get off here and get back to doing whatever you're doing. Thank you for doing this again, man. I really once everybody started.
I'll do. It's fun.
And once everybody told their stories, like I can't not let James tell his story now that it was like not recording. Like it's got to be.
That's awesome.
Be done. And I kind of like this. I kind of like this interview a little better because all the interviews kind of ended up like this. We told scary stories, but we talked about other stuff too, and so I kind of worked out pretty well. I feel like it was a little less rushed, maybe.
Yeah, totally. More casual, and that's the best when you just kind of like pull the cord and let it go, and all the kind of thoughts, and it's just a conversation, and you talk a little bit about that, but then it just kind of goes where it's going to go, and that's the best stuff, man.
Mm-hmm. For sure. But I love you, buddy. Hopefully I get to see you soon. Hey, did you listen to that track I sent you?
Love you too, man. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'll do that this week. I'm sorry, dude. Life has just been – I've been trying – it's like, yeah. I'll definitely – I know you emailed it to me, man. I'll check it out.
Yeah, check it out. Let me know what you think. All right, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
I will. Right on. Later, dude.
was a ghost town down by the river. Well, just about 20 miles past county line. I don't remember exactly how we got there, but I ain't never gonna forget the day that ghost town tried. We pulled up to a filling station, and right next door was a hotel and saloon. Well, let's get crazy, I said to the boys then. We pulled out our guns, started shooting at the moon. We got lost in North Dakota. You know me, I wouldn't lie. When that ghost town tried to kill me, well, you ain't gonna believe who saved our lives. Hell, I don't even believe who saved our lives. I started gambling, and I caught a cheater. I pulled out my gun, shot him right between the eyes. Well, he didn't fall down. Hell, he didn't even start bleeding. Well, that's when I noticed there was something definitely wrong. All the barmaids had turned to demons, and the whiskey in my glass turned as cold as ice. I started praying. The boys, they started screaming. We all got up, started running for our lives. We got lost in North Dakota. You know me, I wouldn't lie. When that ghost town tried to kill me, but you ain't gonna believe who saved our lives. Just hold on, you're about to find out who saved our lives. May seem kind of crazy, but I swear on my pappy's grave that it's the truth. We were surrounded in this little prairie when the sky turned an awful wicked blue. There were noises, kind of like a train wreck. I couldn't help but think this day would be my last. Then the clouds, well, they started changing, and out from them came the ghost of Johnny Cash. We got lost in North Dakota. You know me, I wouldn't lie. When that ghost town tried to kill me, but the ghost of Johnny Cash saved our lives. That's right, the ghost of Johnny Cash came down and saved all our lives.
Welcome to Dogwater Radio, brother. How are you doing? Hold on. I'll try that again, and I'll edit this out because now it's being weird. Welcome to Dogwater Radio, Mr. Bob Wayne. How you doing, buddy?
What's up, brother? I'm doing good.
You doing good? You in Alabama right now?
I'm out here in Alabama.
Right on. It looks like you're getting your house together. Are you still living in the bus, or are you living in your house now? It looks like a house.
I moved. I got this room here, kind of sheetrock. I started to sheetrock it. Just this one room. The rest of the house is still looking like, you know, a construction zone. But, I got the bathroom. I've sheetrocked and insulated one bedroom, so I have my little desk here, and I moved out of the bus, man. It's been crazy.
That's actually, the house looks a lot better than you described it, man. Looks like you've been working on it a little bit through COVID.
Oh, no, I totally gutted it. I've totally got everything prepped. Now it's just a matter of hanging the sheetrock, finishing the sheetrock, painting, and doing the floors, and we're good.
Reliving your labor days back in your working man days?
Yeah, buddy.
Right on. So, hey, you got some ghost stories for us? I heard, or is it aliens? I don't know. Surprise me.
You know, I have a bunch of weird stuff like that. But one of them that hit me just talking to you was It goes into the paranormal dream world.
Fuck, dude! I just did one with Hunnicutt, and that's where this went. This is so weird because I've got one too. It's just
really,
yeah. Just go for it.
Should I not do that one? Or
no,
maybe we could.
No, we could do this one. This is the one you wanted to do. Let's do it.
Are you sure? Because it's weird, man.
That's right, man. This is cool, but it's a trip that this is where this road is taking us. And
yeah, maybe it's a sign, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe. So, we're staying at someone's house. You know, we're on tour. The band's on tour. It was me, Dan. I think it was Marky, actually. It wasn't Billy. It was Marky from Zeke. And we were, it was us three. And I had Mackenzie.
She was before me.
Yeah, Mackenzie was doing merch. We're staying at some buddy's house. I can't remember where, in like, I want to say New Mexico or something. But you know how it is. You sleep on people's floors sometimes. And there was a couple couches, and Dan was on a couch, and Marky was on a couch. Uncle Buck was there too, I think. I want to say. But Mackenzie was there, and we were everyone was asleep, and when I was younger, this shit used to happen to me where I would get sleep paralysis. I don't know if you've ever had sleep paralysis where
I didn't get it until I was like 27, 28, but it's scary. I had it happen at a house I was pretty sure it's haunted too.
Yeah, so I had it started happening to me when I was in my teenage years. And I would be dead sober, and I would be able to see like things around me and be almost like a DMT trip. I don't know if you ever did DMT, but it's kind of like that, where you're like sinking down and you can see this like other realm. But anyways, it was I thought I was going into sleep paralysis is what was happening, right? And I thought, oh, wow, I haven't felt this in like 10 years. And I was like sinking, and like, I was, I had the total sleep paralysis thing happening. But this time something weird happened where I heard a voice in my ear. And it said, all it was saying was, can you hear me? Can you hear me? While I'm doing the sleep paralysis thing. So I'm thinking like, oh shit. Like, okay, I'm in a really crazy bad sleep paralyzed dream. Well, the voice seemed really real. It was like voices, you hear people talk about voices in their head going crazy. Well,
yeah.
This was like that. And I thought, oh my God, I'm having this crazy dream. What, and if you've ever had sleep paralysis, it's horrible. You think you're going to die. And the voices kept saying, can you hear me? And it was like whispering right in my ear. And I was just like, yeah, you can't really talk, but I was like, yeah, like, yes, I acknowledge, I hear you. And right when I said yes, the voice just goes, listen, like that. And right when it said listen, boom, I could hear everyone in the room's dreams, whatever there was going on in their dreams. And I could like my eyes could look around. It was just like I hear Dan, like, blah, 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 blah. Mackenzie was next to me. I remember her dream. She was like weeping, like crying, but I could see him sleeping, but I could hear what was ever going on in their dream world at the same time. So it was like all this chatter from like five people's brain chatter. I was able to like hear it at once. And I was like sitting there, and it was like, the voice is like, can you hear it? Can you hear it? And I was like, yes, I hear it. And it was like, listen. And so then I was like trying to listen and make out like Dan's dream, and like trying to like make out like, but it was hard with all the chatter going on. And the one thing that I could make out, because it was so panicked feeling, was Mackenzie's. Her dream was she was weeping. It was like crying. Well, all of a sudden, it just like stopped. And I'm laying there. Everyone's still asleep. And I'm just laying there going, okay. That was a really weird dream, sleep paralysis dream thing.
Weird.
You know what I mean? It was
Yeah.
kind of trippy.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, well, that's just but I'm my mind's crazy and shit. I did a lot of acid back in the day. So back in the 1900s. So I used to, so I thought, just chalked it up as like a, really crazy, weird dream. But I couldn't really go back to sleep. It was really like with me.
Yeah.
Well, that morning when Mackenzie woke up, since hers was the only one I remembered, she was sleeping next to me, and I said, hey. She woke up, and I'm like, do you remember your dream last night? And she's like, it's funny. She said, yeah, I do. She's like, I was like in some rap video with some rappers, and then immediately I'm relieved, like, oh, thank God. Okay, you know what I mean? Because I was like worried about her, like the cry thing, and you know what I mean. She was weeping, and I cared about her at that time. And I thought, okay, yeah, okay, weird. But then she's like, the weird part about the rap video, though, the director was so mad at me because I had to do this like cry scene, and they had me doing it over and over, and I couldn't get it right. And at that point, I was like, oh, what do you mean cry scene? She's like, yeah, he wanted me to like cry, and I couldn't do it, so they had me do it over and over again.
Weird.
And I was like, what the fuck? Is that weird?
Yeah, that one's true.
Was I really able to like tap into their dream? Was that real?
Yeah.
Or was it just a weird coincidence?
I don't know.
Or is there chatter going on in all of our brains? And for some reason, when I was in that sleep paralysis state, whatever it was, I was able to like tap into that. Because we know there's chatter going on right now. In your brain, you're going, oh God, this guy's a crazy son of a bitch. and then or whatever everyone's thinking. But there's chatter going on. Yeah. And as I'm talking to you, I'm thinking, oh my God, what are you doing, Bob? Dogbite doesn't believe a word you're saying right now. You know what I mean? Like we all have this brain chatter, which means that it is existing and it's happening somewhere. So is there another dimension that this is going on that maybe we can tap into?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my weird story though, that was kind of like reality meets dream world.
Yeah. I've had similar stuff happen. We had a place when me and my wife first moved in together. My daughter came out of her bedroom. Well, okay, so first off, let's rewind it. So I checked on her because she was sleeping, right? And we'd been having issues. Like, you could hear doors open and shut while we were in bed and shit like that. And so I went to check on my daughter, and she was sleeping in her bed. And then I went and took a piss, and I was heading to bed myself. And in between the time it took me to go to piss and to get back to my bedroom, my daughter, who was like 3 at the time, was standing in the middle of our bedroom, stark-ass naked, with scratches all over her body. When I went and checked on her, she had full-blown footy pajamas on. So keep in mind, this probably took 2-3 minutes top. My 3-year-old stripped down naked with scratches all over her body in the middle of my bedroom, and she's babbling some kind of weird fucking tongue. The next day, she didn't remember any of it, and the scratches had vanished. And we're talking these like scratches that almost like broke the skin. They weren't like completely broken, and they were on places on her body that she couldn't reach. So
that's weird, dude.
Yeah, dude. I mean, who knows? Maybe she was having some weird dream, and she I didn't see what happened. Maybe she fell, and it was or hit her back on the wall because we had that rough wall, but
weather balloons. It could have been weather balloons.
Yeah, and sure he'll pass. But we were having all kinds of problems in the same apartment not long after that. you know, and then
Wow.
we see little shadows and stuff. And not long after that is when I had my first sleep paralysis too. This scared the shit out of me. Mine wasn't quite as intense as yours, but I woke up thinking there was somebody in my room and I couldn't move and I couldn't talk. And I remember just trying with all my might to get up and to try to say something. I thought I was fucking dying.
It's the worst. I'm afraid to like talk about it because whenever I talk about it, it happens.
Something happens, yeah. Yeah, it happened like 2 or 3 times in that place again. And then once in another place I lived at not long after I moved out. But it's never happened to me again. But yeah, the second time it wasn't as scary because I understood what was happening. And the second I relaxed and was like, fuck you, I'm going to come out of this, it was fine. I was like, I've been here. But the first time, it seemed like it took forever. I thought like it was like something was trying to drag me into fucking wherever the fuck it was at. And it wasn't going to be pretty when I got there, kind of, you know?
No, that's what I felt like, too. I felt like it always feels like death.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
I always am like, wow, this is like what it is to die.
Yeah, that's yeah, kind of, that was kind of the feeling I had, too. That one is kind of hard for me to talk about because that exact feeling, like I kind of imagine that's like what the last few minutes of your life feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Popping in and out, trying to fucking come back, you know, but I hope it's more peaceful than that. Fuck, you know, but who knows?
Yeah. It's weird to think, you know, 100 years from right now, almost everyone on this planet will be dead, and there'll be a whole new batch of humans here.
Yeah, if something doesn't wipe the whole earth out before then, you know.
Right. But if you know, if the earth is still here, there'll be another batch of humans. You know, we'll all be dead.
Yeah, who knows? There could even be different breeds of humans, you know, or species, you know. The whole new alien fucking side of shit too, you know.
You know who you need to talk to about all this stuff is Dan.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
You need to get Dan on a whole episode about the AI and all that shit.
Oh yeah. No, I watched that episode of Rogan with Elon Musk, and he was talking about AI and how he thinks that it's possible that it's gaining its own perspective and its own power, you know, and
or like that we already are in it.
Yeah, that's another thing. So he thinks we're already in it, and it's kind of funny because it's like we're not even a thought to it, though. Like it just, you know, lives its life. We're just like a toy for it, you know, or just something that exists, like a fly, you know.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot of trippy. The more technology gets crazy, and the more we start learning things, you realize how fucking small we are. You know, humans have been brought up to think we're like second in command next to God for forever, and now that we're cracking shit open day to day, it's like we're realizing how fucking small we are. You know, it's funny, about the time we start to get shit figured out, this earth will burp and we'll fucking die, or the sun will burn out or something probably, you know. But personally, I'm a strong believer that energy is what lives. You know, like it's a proven thing that every body has the energy that surrounds it. And when somebody dies, that body dies, but the energy goes someplace. So I think that's why I feel like I have connections to things, or like I feel things at certain times that are unexplainable, you know. But I think that's how the afterlife is. That's my own personal belief on it, you know. It's like it's kind of just way bigger picture than what we're seeing here, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing is that none of it, like, as you're alive, there's no way to know.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. You'll find out. There's only one way to find out.
Our brains, either that or our brains are being, you know, I feel like sometimes through like drugs or something, you get like a peek into some other, you know.
Funny. It's funny you're just talking about DMT because, you know, I've known multiple people that have done it, and I've known multiple people that do art, after they do it, and all their art looks the same, and none of them have met each other or seen each other's shit on the internet. It's very similar art, and a lot of them feel like they get close to the afterlife and that, and it's kind of weird. And everybody kind of describes it as the same thing, like it kind of kills your ego and gives you a sense of enlightenment and peace, and kind of kills a lot of anxiety and worry because you're set at ease a little bit, you know.
I guess if you know that there's that, there's, you know, then you can live a little, you can rest easy or something, knowing that there's like light beings on the.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's the case. You know, I just think as they realize that they're
Joe
Joe
Rogan talks a lot about that.
Yeah, Joe Rogan, he's pretty good. I haven't really liked him since he moved to Spotify, but he's had some really good episodes about DMT. Like, I kind of want to do it. Really, when we were at Maynard's house, they wanted me to do that toad. That's really similar. It's like a real natural version of DMT. You guys all were, do you remember that? Dan still tells that story. You guys all wanted me to do it because all you motherfuckers were sober. I was the only one in the band that wasn't sober. And you guys were like, smoke the toad. And I was like, there's no fucking way I'm going to smoke toad around all you fucking guys. I was trying to get Dan to do it. I was like, I'll do it if Dan does it. But then Pat Brown got all down on Dan. Like, he's like, you're sober, man. Don't do it.
I'm telling you, you need Dan Infecto an episode. That should be your next episode.
I should do DMT with Dan and record that.
Right?
He said he has some last time I talked to him, because I was picking his brain about it, actually, because I knew Dan had to do DMT. So I was like telling him, like, dude, tell me about it. And he told me a bit about it. And then he told me, he's like, I got some, but I don't know if I want to give it to you. I was like, I don't know if I want to take it.
Have you ever done salvia?
No, I've heard stories about it, but salvia sounds dirtier than DMT. It sounds like DMT without the enlightenment a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's like like meth. It's like meth to cocaine or something.
Yeah, probably.
It's like the cheap man's. It's like the poor man's DMT.
it's like huffing air freshener compared to taking mushrooms.
Right.
But
man.
Have you done DMT?
Well, I did this. I think it was. I don't know to this day if it was PCP or DMT. It was at a rainbow gathering, and the guy, it was laced with something. When I hit it, though, everything changed instantly, and I went on this like 3-minute long crazy high, and you know me you don't know me as sober, but back then I know what it's like to get high. I know it's like to smoke weed. I know it's like to take acid. This was not that.
Well, if it was 3 minutes long, it's probably DMT.
But my friend said he thinks it was PCP.
Huh.
But the other guy said it was DMT. But I don't know, because it was just I was at a rainbow gathering, Grateful Dead like thing, and I was already out of my mind. And all I know is the world stopped. The world stopped, and I was like looking around, like in a picture almost, like a picture frame, and it was like I was able to like move through it, and I thought, oh my God, my brain broke.
Huh.
I thought my brain was like broken, and I was like that guy who was never going to come back.
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know. It might have, my cousin says it was PCP, but I remember that guy saying it was DMT.
Well, there's a huge difference in that. PCP lasts a fucking long time, from what I understand.
Yeah, this was quick.
That's what everybody says. DMT's like
my world stopped. Whatever it was I've never been that fucked up, like intense. World stops.
Yeah.
Around you, and you're like, whoa,
Yeah, they say that it feels like forever with DMT, but it's only like 3 minutes about, is what they say. So yeah, that's what they say. But they say PCP takes a while. I watched Steve-O did PCP and then taped himself for like 3 fucking days tripping out.
What about ayahuasca? Have you heard about this?
I've heard about it, but I don't know anything about it at all, really.
Me neither.
There's a lot of these new natural drugs that's supposed to send you in the spirit world that are going around. But
it's weird being sober for so long after doing so many drugs as a kid, and like thinking about like how many hallucinogens I did in the 1900s, like mushrooms and LSD, hundreds of hits, if not more. I'm definitely in the hundreds and hundreds of hits of LSD, and it's weird to like now be sober for like almost 20 years, 18 years now. It's a good chunk of your life, and to be like, it was so funny. Me and Sean, you know Sean Woodbridge.
That name sounds familiar.
Okay, he's a good friend of mine.
Where's he from?
Good friend. He was doing merch for me for a while from Seattle. We were talking about all the LSD in the 1900s. You know, like we were like, dude, we did hundreds of hits of acid, and he had, you know, I bought a school bus. I have a school bus, and he drove down here and he bought a school bus, and we both had our school buses parked at Walmart. This was last summer. We're both at our school buses parked at Walmart. We're barbecuing hot dogs at the Walmart parking lot. And we were talking about the 90s and like, man, all those drugs. And we had a couple buddies that never made it out. You know, their brains broke. And we were both sitting there like, God, thank God we made it out. And then like, I looked at him and he's sitting next to his school bus. And I'm sitting next to my school bus. And we're barbecuing hot dogs at Walmart. And all these normal people are walking by. And I looked at him and I said, dude, did we make it out? What if we think we made it out? And those people are looking at us going, God, look at those poor guys, never made it out of the 90s.
Oh,
you know,
fuck
look
it.
at it. You know what I mean?
You're not at home. You're taking care of yourself. I got like I always have like a level of respect for that aspect of like the ultimate freedom for you, you know, like that kind of life isn't for everybody, but I get why you like it, you know.
Well, you just kind of had to, like, honestly, like camper living for me over the years, it's just conducive for music.
Mm-hmm.
And I've told people that, like, you know, because when you're, there's hardly any, it's hard to make money, you know.
Yeah.
So, and if you have a big rent and a car payment and a house payment and a child support payment and a this payment and a that payment, payments don't work for this kind of life. So it's better. That's why I don't have any payments. I've never had a kid. I never had a house payment. I bought this condemned place for $12,000 in the middle of the woods of Nowhereville. And it took me 10 years to save up that much, you know? So, and I got a school bus and I got the John Deere motorhome. The cool thing about buses and stuff like that is you just need a buddy.
Mm-hmm.
You just need someone that's like, hey, can I park my camper on the side of your house? Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's a small price to pay for freedom.
That and, you know, I think there's a lot to be said about, there's a reason that you can write so many songs too, I think, you know, and I think it's because you have that ability to be around people, but you have the gift of being alone whenever you feel like you need to step away from that. And then, because it's real hard.
True.
Now that I'm a family man and I'm a working guy, dude, I've got all this stuff inside me that I want to put down on paper and in songs, but I just like don't have the time or the time to put myself in the mindset to get it out, you know? And And I think that's why you can constantly write shit, you know?
Yeah, I just finished my second script, dude. I've been writing screenplays during this COVID shit. And I wrote I just released that song with Shooter Jennings, Headed to the Country. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it, man. I didn't even know you're doing it, and I saw your merch. People are hitting up the email. When can we get that album? I'm like, I don't fucking know, but I'm gonna assume you can probably only get it on Shooter's website.
We did that pretty quick. As you can see, my black eyes still, it wasn't like I did it a long time ago. We did that within the last couple weeks.
Wow.
So yeah, we just banged that out fast. But I'm writing like screenplays, and yeah, man, I can't imagine. When you're just alone, I guess, I think there's probably bonuses to having family and stuff. I just single out here in the woods, man. There's no excuses.
Yeah.
Nothing to do but write.
How weird is it? How weird is it to think that you just went into the studio with a guy that just did like a huge interview because he's hot off the tails of like recording Marilyn Manson's album that's like on the Billboard charts right now. Like,
oh, who, Shooter?
Yeah, Shooter just recorded Manson's album. It's like a hot on the Billboard charts.
Dude, he's doing like Brandy Carlisle and like Tanya Tucker. Like they're the biggest.
Duff McKagan too from Guns N' Roses.
Duff McKagan, Duff.
So he's got a lot of good, and not only that, he brought Tanya Tucker kind of out of hiding and shit, and
he got that album. I got to direct Tanya Tucker in a video.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with Hellbound Glory. It was sick, dude.
Oh, you did that fucking Better Hope You Die Young?
Yeah. What a good,
I didn't know you did that video.
Song. But dude, Shooter, he's just a natural at producing.
Yeah.
It was great. It was cool to work with him because it's just natural for him. So it's really quick. You know what I mean? Some people are he knows shit that I was like, he's like, dude, the drum needs to blah, blah. I don't know what he's just natural at it.
Yeah.
So we did that whole song in one day.
Okay.
Yeah. One day it was done, tracked, mixed. That was it.
So you guys just did one song?
One song, one day. We all hooked up, around noon, and by like 6, 7, 8, was wrapping it up, and the whole thing was tracked and mixed, pretty much mixed. Yeah, he's got it's like a machine, like when your band's on tour for years, you have that machine. He's got that with the producer thing going on. So that was rad, dude. Plus, I've been friends with him for years, and to be able to like get in the studio and do something with him, it was fun.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I've always liked his shit, man, and always admired him in that aspect. Seems like a cool dude. I was pretty stoked to see that song come out. Well,
super cool. He's our generation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I think, there's a lot of popular shit that's like out right now, but I think, you look back and you look at like what is known to like our generation as like good in the 70s and stuff like that, or like the 50s even, and like Hank Williams wasn't playing to huge arenas, and he was playing a lot of venues like you were in his height, like he's playing to probably 5,000 people a night, which is more.
I played to like 50, dude.
I know, but it's not. But I mean, El Corazon, but like venues like El Corazon, maybe a little bigger,
Yeah. Okay. So my big nights on my own are like 150, 200.
Yeah.
But which we don't know. Maybe that's, I could see a little honky tonks being filled with 100 and 150 people being a lot.
Yeah. And then,
to be honest, dude, for me, and I've played arenas opening up. They weren't there for me. I did a whole arena tour in Europe, opening up for this this huge band called Boss Haas, and dude, it was like 16,000 people every night. And
am I losing you? Uh-oh.
He used to laugh like that when he would drink. Then he'd bury most his victims here in Tennessee. They called him a killer of the worst degree. There's an evil in those hills that's cold and mean. So girl, don't go in those hills alone. No girl, don't go in those hills alone. They found Mary Miller hanging by her neck. The paper reads there's girls they ain't found yet. I never understood just why they went. There ain't nothing in those hills but hurt and death. So girl, don't go in those hills at all. No girl, don't go in those hills at all. That's it, I finally had enough. I'm going in those hills to find the one who's causing all this harm. I'll make it safe, I'll make sure that the girls don't ever have to worry about him no more. I'm gonna rid those hills of everything that wasn't supposed to be there, I swear. And when I'm done with him, he won't ever laugh again. I stumbled up the hills, it was dark and I was scared. I seen a girl alone, went up to ask her why she's there. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Then an old familiar feeling came over me.
On a dark summer's night, on the path to Texas I did ride. When I came across this fella with an evil in his eye and a story on his mind. He's a rebel born to raise hell and long legend on high. He believes in his country, man, he wore those colors proud. But when he came home from that war, found his family slaughtered on the ground. Was a murder down in Texas, caused that outlaw rebel to ride. He set out on a mission to find the men that done him wrong. And he found them hiding down in South Texas. He's gonna kill them one by one. But he's a rebel born to raise hell, an outlaw legend on the rise. With the first one, he cut his throat. The next one, he shoot him in the gut. He knelt down beside him, told him of his family and how he loved his son. Bleeding, he starts to weep when he realizes he's about to pay for what he done. Through the blood and the tears, oh, he can barely see. But he can feel that cold blue steel pressed against his nasty, gnarly teeth. With the rebel, he decides to let him die slowly as he bleeds. So wherever on a path to Texas, the rebel, he will ride free.
What's up, buddy? Welcome to Dogwater Radio.
Yeah, Dogwater. How's it going, man? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming on. Your room there is spooky too, man. You got like voodoo dolls behind you and shit.
Yeah, some creepy shit going on in here, for sure. Woo!
Yeah. So, what have you been up to? Anything good?
Oh man, just trying to make it. Can't really play too many shows except for here and there, live stream and maybe a bonfire show.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
The same as everybody else, but we're doing good, man. We got the new album rolling, Reverend's laying his parts down, and then it's just the finalizing stuff with the new album. So stoked about that. Celebrated 15 years, of course. So even with all the mess going on, we're still trying to work through and make some positives happen. So, and I'm talking to you right now, so that's that's what's up. It's fucking awesome.
Absolutely. So yeah, we have been swapping some scary stories, man, and it's cool because I was just talking to Bob, and I think you tour around America enough, you're bound to get a couple, and whether it's a UFO stories, and most people I know tend to have one of those, and a ghost story. I don't get a lot of Sasquatch stories. I know Ryan Hopper in Idaho Falls. I don't know if you ever met him on the road. Ryan Hopper's got a Sasquatch story that's a pretty good one, and coming from him, I believe it because he's pretty fucking honest, and it's never changed. I make him tell it to me every time I'm around him, but it's never changed once. But yeah, I mean, it's cool to get a few people's scary stories, and I'm excited to hear yours. I was hoping we could get Reverend on, but you must not have been able to get a hold of him, huh?
Yeah, he didn't hit me back in time, but
he's probably sleeping.
No, he's out in the studio doing stuff. The weather's been nice in Texas, so he didn't have to have the AC running and then turn it off and turn it back on. And,
yeah.
So he didn't have to deal with that right now. So he's working on some album stuff. So he'll probably hit me back after we get done.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but and that's cool. We got some, I've narrowed it down to like 3 that are really good, 3 good stories. There's probably some more, but there's 3 that are like, I can tell you every detail because if I remember it like it happened yesterday. So there's some wild stuff out there, man, especially in the States here, like haunted shit and UFOs. It's cool to swap stories like that. So Reverend has a good, he always kind of adds a lot of spice and flavor to the stories. So I wished he could have joined in, but I'll do my best to translate everything and give you all the details of the crazy, because it was some crazy shit, man.
Yeah, go for it, man. Just start whenever you're ready. I'm listening.
All right. Nice corrosion shirt, by the way.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah. Look, yeah. Well, the first one is a ghost story, and I can't remember what year it was because I was drinking back then quite a bit. But I remember we were in Ohio.
Where at?
In the Akron area up there, up north Ohio.
Okay.
So we were up there with some friends of ours playing a show. We used to play this place called the Outland Bar Room or something like that.
Okay.
And it was haunted, but that ain't the real story. Is our friends from Erase and Never, metal band from Ohio, really good band up there. But our buddy Dan, who's the singer of the band, was hosting this little after party at his house, and he had bought the house from his grandparents. So the house had been passed on, an old house in Ohio. And anyway, we all hung out and shit. And then that night, he was like, all right, cool. You guys are staying upstairs. So he was like, here you go. I snored real bad. This is before I had a CPAP machine.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like a beast trying to sleep. So they put me in the room by myself, and then our buddy James that was with us, Apache, not Hunnicutt, and Reverend stayed in this other little like room with the half vaulted ceiling, kind of up in it's like upstairs. Anyway, old house.
I get what you're saying.
So I'm in this room by myself, and the furniture's kind of old and dated, and I'm laying there, and I finally fall asleep. I fall asleep, and I had this real wild dream that I was almost like I was awake, but it was this guy in like an old school doctor's uniform with the mask and the little hat and everything, and the buttons up here and all that shit. And he sat out on the edge of the bed and told me, he just said to me over and over, he's like, just die. Because I'm guessing because of my snoring or something. But I woke up, came to, and it felt like I hadn't really been asleep. So I'm grown-ass man haul-ass into the other room where Reverend and Apache are sleeping. And I bust in there, and they're like, holy shit, what's going on? I tell them what's going on. Anyway, I finally went back and they went to sleep the next morning. I get up, and I'm up before anybody else, and I go downstairs, and our buddy Dan, who's house it is. He's like, he asked me, he's like, how'd you sleep? And I was like, well, I didn't really sleep. He's like, oh shit, what happened? What happened? And I told him, and he was like, oh man, and he started showing me shit. So he showed me a video of his living room because he started videotaping things of shit flying across the room and the dog freaking out. And then in the basement, there's a hole in the wall that goes to who only knows where because it's so dark. So come to find out, the house, his grandparents owned it, but the house used to was owned by a dentist back in the 1800s.
Wow.
Yeah, and had some underground railroad ties with the tunnels and stuff. But he was a dentist and had the whole mask and shit, and apparently died in the house and all kinds of other crazy shit. So yeah, that scared the hell out of me, man. I turned white as a sheet.
It's so crazy, man.
Telling me to die.
Every fucking story tonight has been taking place in that same frame of mind.
Oh, yeah.
The one where you're not quite asleep and you're not quite awake. And that's where Hunnicutt took place. That's where his buddy Mikey's took place. And that's where Bob's took place.
Where you get in that other realm.
Fucking, I told them a couple stories and of where I was in that same place too, where like Bob was talking a lot more towards the sleep paralysis area, where like, and I was telling him about how I'd been there once, and Hunnicutt was talking. So like, Hunnicutt was telling me about how he had a spirit sit next to him on his bed while he was trying to sleep.
Yeah, felt it.
Yeah, I felt it sit down. I had one where one flicked a lighter in my face. Whoa, at least that's what it seemed like. I felt it. And when I was talking to James, I didn't tell him I could feel the heat radiating off the lighter too. Like it just real quick. And I just moved into this apartment. It was my first apartment ever. And I popped up out of sleep and just jumped, like just sat straight up. And, you know, you've been to Hepner.
Oh, yeah.
And nobody locks their doors there, you know?
Right.
We all have guns. So, like, and I was 19 at the time, so I had buddies that would go get shit-faced, get locked out of their parents' house or wherever, or they'd just be in that apartment complex where I was at because a lot of partying tended to happen there. So, like, I left my door unlocked just in case anybody needed a place to stay, really, too. So I thought one of my buddies was fucking with me. And because when that lighter flicked, I could see the silhouette of somebody standing over the top of me. And
oh, shit.
But when my eyes adjusted, because, you know, it was just like a quick flick of light, you know. This all happened very quickly. So my eyes adjusted back to the dark. You know, you can kind of see in the dark. There isn't fucking anything there. So I got up, walked around my apartment, fucking nothing. And a few weeks later, the only person...
If you're up walking around looking for shit, then it's freaked you out enough.
It gets even deeper than that, because the only fucking person I told about it was my mom, because I thought I was going fucking crazy. And my mom was kind of worried, like, maybe you should go get, like, checked out. Like, maybe you're having health issues or something, like some sleeping problems, maybe quit breathing or something, you know.
Right.
So I didn't really look too much into it. And then a buddy of mine started staying with me for a few weeks. And we were all kind of partying. I mean, we weren't partying. We were all just having a few drinks in my apartment. But he was trying to sleep in my spare bedroom. And he walks out about 1 o'clock in the morning while we're all sleeping. He's got to go to work at 4. And it's all groggy. And he's like, which one of you motherfuckers just flicked a lighter in my face? Nobody's fucking been in there. So that started the ghost. I mean, there's multiple things after that.
Yeah, that Hepner, man.
Well, did you know the history of Hepner?
Well, not the whole history, no.
It's got one of the biggest natural disasters per capita and I can't remember if it's in America or if it's in Oregon, but hundreds and hundreds of people died in the early 1900s. A flash flood came through, like a 20-foot wall of water fucking washed that town out. Yeah, 1906. And they're setting Hebner up to be a huge hub from the Oregon Trail. And they had so many Chinese were here building the railroad. So there's just mass graves of unknown Chinese people. Like people still dig up bodies occasionally. It's been a long time since one popped up, but people were digging them up until the fucking 90s. My uncle dug one up on the creek bed in his backyard.
What the hell?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to get some crawdads and come back with it.
with a fucking skull, you know? And they fucking flushed these bodies. They were finding bodies in the Columbia River.
Damn.
That's how far it went. It went down Willow Creek all the way down to Columbia River, basically, you know, down to how you get to the freeway from there. But, yeah, so there's a lot of weird shit, dude, that happens in Hebner.
Yeah, that's crazy. Shit.
The one I didn't tell, it was my earliest one, and this scared the shit out of me. And I was only about 6 or 7 when this happened, and I was kind of in that same state of mind. But I looking back, because I've been kind of building myself up for this show, and looking back at this, even now, I just feel like it was so real. Like,
oh yeah,
I don't remember like ever feeling like I was asleep. I just woke up. Like I said, 6 or 7. My cousin was sleeping in my house. It was the middle of summertime. And I woke up and my eyes were adjusting to being awake. And I thought my cousin was sitting up. I was sleeping on the floor and he was sleeping in my bed. Because I was like, I didn't like to sleep in my bed because I was little. It was like the cool thing to sleep on the floor, you know. So, but I thought he was sitting up.
In the kitchen cabinet.
Yeah, I thought he was sitting up messing with the radio. Because we used to sleep with music on and shit. And I was like, James, go back to bed. Mom's going to get pissed. And like, my eyes started adjusting more, and I realized it was like an adult grown man with like his hair slicked back, and he had a mustache. He was kind of dressed like olden times, and I looked down at the bed, and my cousin's laying there sound asleep, and I was like, I just like stared at this thing for a minute, and I didn't move, and I stopped talking, and it was just sitting there like it didn't even acknowledge me. Like it didn't even know I was there, didn't care I was there. It was just very solemn. And then I just got up and ran to my mom's room. It was so real. But I ran in there. Like, I woke up there. I didn't sleep in my room for that whole fucking summer, man. And that fucking spot on the wall where that dude was standing fucked with me until I moved out of that house, right when I moved in that apartment. And the weirdest thing is nothing like that really ever happened again. Like, my mom can trace like a couple odd things that happened. Like we lived there for 21 years throughout my childhood.
Oh, wow.
She lived there for like 22 or 23, and I moved out at 19. But
that's stuff she saw that she didn't tell you about, you know.
Well, she did tell me that but my mom did a lot of drugs too, so who knows if it was real or fake. But she said around that time she thought she saw a guy, because the house was real weird. Because I brought it up again when I was about, I don't know, probably around the time that shit happened with that other thing in my apartment. We started talking about that probably. And so our house went in a circle. It's real old. So the only way to get to the only bathroom in the house is either to go through my mom's room or my room. And then in between that, you walk into the house, you go into the living room, you go into the kitchen, you go into my room. But then if you're walking into the house too, you go to the right. That's where my mom's room is at. And then back in the corner was kind of the bathroom. So my both bedroom doors had 2 doors on it. One to the out living area. Mine went to the kitchen. Mine went to the living room. But anyway, so our rooms would connect through the bathroom. And she said she swore to God one night she saw a guy pop his head out of my door and into her door, like into the bathroom, and wink at her and pop back in to my room.
Hell no.
Yeah, she said that around the same. That was probably around the same time because I saw the light bulb hit. And she was like, she's like, I felt like she's like I couldn't tell you that shit was real because the whole time she was like, she's like, but now that we're talking about this, I used to tell a few people about this time. She's like, I stood over you in your room and looked around for a good 15, 20 minutes to make sure there wasn't any fucking thing in there while you slept. Because I was creeped out a bit. But she said it was around the same time, but it wasn't like this house was like super active or anything. It was like just like something passed through there at one time, and it wasn't, but it was so real. Like
hundreds.
Yeah.
Those man, when those things happen, it almost makes you like question your shit because you're like, what the hell did it really happen, or am I imagining shit? Enough to where you're awake up, walking around the house looking for what the hell. Yeah, crazy shit.
Yeah, that's kind of. I mean, I like how you put that too. I mean, if you are so frightened by something, so convinced that you've seen something that you get up and walk around. Yeah, something's weird,
Something's got you going on pretty good.
Because I've seen like 3 or 4 things that but I felt a lot of things, But like feeling and seeing or hearing another one is a totally different thing, And but yeah.
Yeah, the hearing something is almost more certain than seeing it because your eyes can sometimes play
tricks on you.
Not to sound cliche, but shadows and shit. But your ears hear something like, "Hey, dog, are you wanting to take a shit?" You know what I mean? Like that shit's fucking real. You heard that? And then you're like, "Did anybody else hear that shit?" That's the fuck. Yeah, man, that's crazy stuff, dude. I've had, me and Reverend both, I know, have had several experiences. So who knows what the hell's going on out there for real? Because there's been a couple times where I was like, thank goodness I wasn't by myself because he saw that shit too. Because otherwise I'd be like, nobody's ever gonna believe that.
Yeah,
but, crazy shit, man. The ones like you were talking about too, where it feels like you're half asleep and half awake.
Yeah, those make you question things, but yeah.
Yeah. And I've had the sleep paralysis too, like Bob was talking about, and that's some weird shit.
Oh,
you
yeah.
Can't move, and you're just like,
it's not.
I guess this is how I go.
Yeah, that's fucking what me and Bob were talking about. Like, you feel like you're fucking, like, that's what I would just, I always imagine death probably feels like when you're dying.
Can't
like,
do nothing.
Yeah, it's scary as shit. Like,
you see everything and hear everything, but you can't do shit.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
Can't move, can't talk, can't do nothing. And I felt like, and I felt like someone was pushing me down.
Yeah.
Like when I was doing it, and the weirdest thing is you can't talk. And it happened in a place, it's like 3 times in this one apartment we lived in, and then it stopped, and I never happened again after that. I think it happened once after we left, like right after we left.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times you had it, but one thing I was telling Bob is it got kind of easier the second time it happened for me, because I was like, oh, I get what's happening. And like the second I relaxed and was like, fuck you, it'll be fine.
It was gone.
Yeah, it was gone. But the first time it seemed like I was there for hours.
Oh, yeah.
And by the time I realized and I came to, I was like, I couldn't tell you exactly how long it'd been, but not hours, like maybe a half, probably not a whole one. But I was slipping kind of in and out of it. I'd give up for a minute, and then I'd be like, whoa, like, fuck this, and I like tried and I couldn't do anything. And then finally I remember just like, it felt like a weight go off me, and I finally could move, and I fucking A.
Yeah.
That's a feeling, man. And like me and Bob were talking, like, we almost don't even want to talk about it, because anytime I talk about it happens again, like watch tonight, I'll fucking get sleep paralysis for the first time in like 7 years. You know,
like,
it's fucking scary, man.
Yeah, that's crazy shit, dude. Yeah, we fucking we were in Gig Harbor one time. Well, actually, no, it's Tacoma. A friend of ours hooked us up with a show. She always hooked us up with a show, and that's how we actually met James Hunnicutt, was through her.
Oh, really?
In Bremerton, yeah. Lisa Bonner, she hooked us up. But we always come through, and she put us somewhere, and then we'd usually stay at her house in Gig Harbor. But this time, her and her husband had bought this this old ass big giant facility there in Tacoma, and it was one of the first unwed mothers' homes, at least in the Western states. I don't know about the United States, supposedly. But so this place was creepy as fuck. I mean, it had a boiler room and it was several floors.
A lot of those old buildings in Tacoma are weird, and there's a lot of history there.
Yeah, dude. I was talking to Kevin and everybody about it too, because this one really freaked me the shit out. I was like, no, Johnson. Johnson wanted to stay and investigate, and I was like, hell no.
That's me, too. I'm like, let's fucking leave now.
No, shit, no, man, I'm good. Yeah. But fucking, so we played this show in there during the day even, and her son's band played before us, and they had drums and shit. They were a full band, and they had done a little bit of remodeling, not really, but more like just hung up some new pictures, and they took some of the old ones down, because when they bought the place, it had a bunch of original like staff members and all this shit, because it was a hospital facility for unwed mothers and stuff back a long time ago. So it had all these old photos, and then they had it all set up to where you could see on display, you can see like the old pictures from back before, you know, like the people that worked there and all this shit. So that was creepy enough already, because it was like a museum setup. But then while her son's band was playing during the broad damn daylight, we were in this like cafeteria room, and one of the paintings or pictures that they had hung up recently was behind him, and he's playing drums, and all of a sudden the son of a bitch flies off the wall in front of everybody. Not fell because the drums, it flew like projectile off the wall. It didn't just fall from like vibration and noise. This thing, like somebody threw it, you know what I'm saying? And everybody was kind of like, oh shit. And then, it was the drums. But me and Reverend were like, that shit wasn't the drums, man. You see that? That thing flew like 4 feet. So that happened. Then we played and whatever. And then she was like, so you guys are staying the night here? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like,
I'm sleeping in the van.
I was like, all right, cool. I was like, well, this is when we were touring in the Durango too. So yeah. So I was like, yeah, cool, yeah, we'll stay here. And I was already thinking to myself, hell no, I ain't staying in this building. So they all left, and all the lights were off, and we turned, all the lights were off, and it was just me and Reverend there in this ginormous fucking building. Like 3 floors and hospital rooms, and it was not cool, man. So I was out on the front porch, and Reverend comes out, and he's like, oh yeah, starts talking to me. I was like, yeah, I'm not staying here. I don't even know what he was talking about something totally different, man. And I was like, yeah, I'm not staying here, man. He's like, nah. Because he wanted to like scope it out and like walk around, because it was just us. And I was like, hell no. And finally I convinced him. I was like, I'm not staying here. And he's like, I didn't want to say this, but earlier I went into the bathroom and it felt like somebody was like standing over me while I was washing my hands after I pissed. And he's like, I felt like somebody was breathing down my neck, and there was nothing there. And he's like, I didn't want to say anything because that picture flew off the wall. And I was like, yeah, what the fuck? And I was like, and you want to stay here? I was like, hell no. So we did. We I think I texted her, and I was like, yeah, but we'll lock up some shit, in the morning or whatever. And I didn't want to tell her that I pussed out and said I'm a grown-ass man, but I ain't staying in this haunted-ass fucking place. So me and Reverend, we turned all the lights off, locked the place up, and we go out. We're pulling down the little drive, and you have to lock the gate behind you. And I go to get in the truck, and there's another separate building that was kind of like dorm rooms, and that's where a lot of the unwed mothers would stay in there. And that thing was totally shut off. We didn't go in there or nothing. There was no lights on it. It was totally locked up. Nobody in there. When we pulled down the hill out of the driveway to leave, because we got a hotel room, and we turned to right, and when I looked over and all the fucking lights were on in that place, every one of them, me and Johnson, like, he almost slammed on the brakes. Instead, he fucking
hit the gas.
Fucking booked it, man. And we were like, hell no. We stayed in the hotel room. That shit was not cool at all, dude. Like the whole building, all the lights were on, and we turned them off personally. Like, it was, that was crazy shit, man. I still get chills talking about that one because you could just feel something wasn't right there. And I know the lady or our friend that had bought the place, her and her husband, was telling us a lot of the history about it, because that's kind of why they were throwing this little party, was to, hey, we're reopening this place and we're going to turn it into like a arts house, where you can do crafts and, like a collective thing, community place. Hell no. Hell no. This place is haunted as shit, man.
I got locked in the Agora in Cleveland, Ohio one night. Do you know what the Agora is?
Yeah.
You
Dude,
do?
Ohio's there's some shit going on in Ohio, man.
Yeah. The Agora wasn't, I don't know. It wasn't that scary, but so we played this place called the Town Friars, and I was selling merch for Bob. And the Agora is like the place where the term rock and roll was invented. This place was it was a big music venue, and but it was also a radio station back in the day. And the guy that invented the term rock and roll back when Buddy Holly and all those guys were around, which actually Buddy Holly probably died not too far from there. Because he died in Ohio, or maybe it was Iowa. Actually, now that I think about it, it might have been Iowa. But but the DJ that invented the term rock and roll, it was invented in that building, is what they say. I don't know if it's true or not, but I mean, on the outside, they got these pictures of all these famous people that have fucking played there, and anyways, we're in touring around, and I was in there walking around. Of course, everybody forgets the fucking merch guy. So they all left and locked me in there, and then started playing their set. So they couldn't hear me knocking on the door, because Pat Brown's guitar is fucking loud as shit in the background. So I was stuck in there for an hour, and I was just drinking Red Bull, because all I could see, the only light in there was the Red Bull shit.
That's me.
Was the Red Bull fridge behind the bar. So I just sat at the bar and drank Red Bull. But I was it was kind of surreal, because I'm looking at the stage, and so many fucking people have been in this room, and it's been around since the fucking the 50s, maybe even longer. I'm there's so many amazing things, but I didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, it definitely had a weird vibe, but yeah, I got locked in the Agora for a good hour.
Fuck that. God damn, dude.
It was creepy. I didn't like being in there, though. Fuck, dude.
Yeah,
I'm texting and calling everybody, and nobody's fucking answering. It's funny, there's only 4 people at that show, too, so when they stop playing, I hear Dan and Fector go, oh, shit, dog bite's locked in the agora. Like I hear it through the wall. Like he just got my text. I'll open the door and I'm just sitting there like 4 Red Bull cans in front of me.
Oh, jacked out.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, man. That's we played a haunted place in Illinois before too.
Illinois is another state, dude. Fucking
Yeah.
What's the name of that place? You probably played there. Starts with an A. I used to play there all the time. I loved that town. Actually, they do ghost tours there. Now that I think about it,
it's not Akron, is it? Akron, yeah.
No, Akron's in Ohio, isn't it? But it's close.
Something like that.
It's something like that, though. It's gonna drive me bonkers because it's up by Grafton. Grafton's right there, kind of by It's kind of by Springfield. Alton,
that's it.
Alton, Illinois.
That's where Reverend was just at.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had to take his mom there. He was just up there. That's where he went. Yeah, Alton, that place.
Supposed to be one of the most haunted cities in America.
Yeah, I believe
it's definitely creepy up around that way, man. And yeah.
We played a place in Duluth, Illinois.
Okay. I've never been there, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, and Reverend's grandma lived in Forsyth, right outside its town there. We went there to see his grandma one night, and we were like, "Man, fuck, we want a show. We need a show." So I just got online, and Joe Buck actually was like, "Hey," he was like, "Hey, check this place out." He sent me a text and was like, "Hey, I saw you guys were looking for a show. Check this place out. It's called the Handlebar." Excuse me. So it's an A-bait place. So like a members only kind of private bar, just a bar for bikers and stuff. But we're like, "Oh well, shit, whatever." We'll fit right in there. So we went in there, and I was like, "Man, something's knocking on the bottom of the stage." And the dude's like, "Oh yeah, that's the old cook downstairs, the ghost." And he takes me downstairs in this huge fucking room, and there's a kitchen and all this shit. And he's like, "Yeah, the late when this was a church back in the 50s, the lady would cook down here or whatever, died in the kitchen, slipped and busted her head on the counter or some shit."
Wow.
So if you get, they're like, "Oh yeah, if the band will be playing and you'll feel something pound on the stage underneath," because the stage was like over the kitchen area underneath. And I was like, "Yeah," and that's where the bathrooms were. I'm like, so every time we played there, I'd just piss outside, man. I'm like, not going down. I'm not going down. When you got biker guys that are like, "Oh, I don't go down there." I'm like, "Yeah." Like, well, shit, I ain't going either.
I'm not going either.
Hell no. Oh, man. Yeah, we now, there was a place in Fort Worth that we used to play, a regular spot that we used to play. And
where's that at?
This place was called Shakers, and it was kind of off the beaten path, but it was real close to Broncos, where our home bar was at. And my girlfriend at the time was a manager there, and the place could never stay open. It was a barbecue joint, it was a catfish joint, then it was some other kind of bar, and then it just could never last. And these guys bought it, and my girlfriend was working there, so we played there on the regular. This is before we were touring. So we were there like on a residency thing every Thursday night sometimes, and it was after hours. We played a show, and we were hanging out, and I was waiting for my girlfriend to finish doing shit so we could leave. And Reverend went to the bathroom, and he comes back out, and he's kind of perturbed a little bit, and everybody, he's kind of confused look on his face, and he's like, some big ass dude, naked dude in the bathroom started trying to talk to me while I was pissing. And we were like, well, what the hell? And then we were like, nobody's supposed to be in here. And we closed, a minute ago. So she goes back there. Ain't nobody back there. Nobody back there. And Reverend swearing up and down it was real. Well, they kept saying that the place was haunted. Like you could hear little girls and giggling and little like footsteps running across the stage and shit for some reason. But I never experienced any of that. But that whole thing that Reverend happened with the big guy in the toilet, the Reverend said he went in there to take a piss and he was standing at the urinal and he saw this big guy that was butt naked sitting on the toilet in the stall next to the urinal. And while Reverend was pissing, was like, just show it to me or something weird. And got Reverend all pissed off and like, what the fuck? And came out to the bar and told us about it. Dude wasn't there. This was like 4 or 5 months later. We were hanging out at Broncos, the other bar, and our buddy, who was a local police officer at the time, just started kind of talking. That we were sitting at the bar, and he started talking to me about some crazy shit that he'd seen and stuff that he'd done or whatever. And he mentioned the place where Shakers was at, and he's like, "Yeah, I got a call one time over there where Shakers is at now. At the time, it was a barbecue joint. I got a call that this guy, big heavy guy, passed out on the toilet in the bathroom and died, had a heart attack, and he had to go like help get him out of the. This is a big guy, and they had a whole team of got people getting him out of there. And I, as soon as he started telling me shit, that every hair that I had was like, what the fuck? And I didn't say anything to him about the Reverend's issue that happened until after he got through telling me everything. And then I told him, I said, man, there was a dude in that must have been, it had to have been that guy's spirit or something, man, that was still there. The guy that died on the shitter, it was just talking shit to Reverend. He thought it was like real as could be, like, yeah. He came out and said, hey, there's a dude in there that's talking shit, and he should, after hours.
Did the cop say the dude was naked for some reason?
No, he didn't say anything about that. He just said he had a heart attack on the, actually, you know what? He did say that he was, because he had taken his shirt off, and his pants were down around his feet because he was taking shit. So he was naked when he died. Holy fuck, I just remember that.
Yeah, he probably took his shirt off because he was hot or something, or like
something. Yeah, had a heart attack on the toilet. But yeah. Crazy shit, man.
That'd be a hell of a place to stay, man, for your afterlife. Just taking a shit, fucking with people as they come in, man.
Yeah, that's your hell, sitting on the John in a fucking some shithole bar.
Fuck, I guess. Or barbecue joint, watching it change. Yeah. Like,
forever trying to get the meat rocket out. Like,
maybe he gets. Hopefully, he got lucky to turn into a women's. He stared naked chicks. I don't know. Fuck, man. That ain't. Yeah. That's a shitty way to go. That's nuts. Well, shit, man. Fucking, I think this Zoom meeting shuts off at 40 minutes. I feel like we're probably getting close. So I don't want to have it glitch out. It glitched out on me and Bob at save, but it glitched out. So I think I'm going to try to wrap it up. But, man, those are some good ones, man. And, fuck, I got a bunch. That was probably the first time tonight, and I don't know if it's because it's getting later, but I got fucking chills on my spine talking about a few of those, man.
Yeah. Well, that's when you every time I've told that Ohio story about the dentist guy, that was so fucking creepy to me because he kept telling me to just die, but he was like in my face, and it was like it was in the fucking room that I was staying in, like the furniture and everything. It was so real to me that I'm getting shit going up my my arms and neck just tell.
Yeah, I can
just
see
tell
that.
the story. It's almost like you relive it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
so I
it's
know
like,
what you're saying when you fucking tell that story.
The
like,
one
wow.
thing the one thing that's gonna help me sleep tonight is that this shit never happens when I'm on guard though. And right now I'm like on 10. You know,
Right.
so nothing will happen.
Yeah.
It's always when you don't fucking expect it, you know?
Yeah.
Aside that apartment story I was telling you about, I kind of expected it because I felt weird in there the first couple nights. But I kind of was just like, it was the first time living alone, you know? So it's like, it's just weird not having anything going on around me or anything, you know? But
when you get in tune with when you're in tune with your surroundings like that too, and something does happen and it doesn't necessarily like make you want to run down the street freaking out, but you're like, okay, that was fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
mm-hmm.
And then after that, it's almost like you're more sensitive to it. So you start noticing more shit, but at the same time, you get more complacent because you're like, oh, that's just Henry over there.
Yeah.
Fucking with the TV again or some shit, you know?
That was one thing Hunnicutt and I were talking about too, because like I never experienced anything that strong before, you know. And after the second time it happened, like little things started happening all the time, you know. Like the door would open constantly on its own, and for a while I thought because my buddy left actually he moved out of that room because he was just temporarily staying with me, but he didn't have a room at his place, because he's staying with his mom. He had a room there to keep a bunch of his shit, so he just left that in my spare room, and every once in a while we would go in there. And then he'd leave that door open. It'd be like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'd be like, don't leave that fucking door open. Like, I hate going over there to shut it, just to shut it, you know, because the temperature would drop right there. And, you know, there's no heat in there or anything, but it was just a weird, you know, so like, but one night I was sitting on a couch with my ex-girlfriend, and he came out of that room and he left it cracked. And he was getting ready to walk out my door. And I was like, motherfucker, shut that fucking door right now. It's the first time I'd ever caught him because we'd argue about it. He'd be like, I shut it. I swear to God. I'm like, the fuck you did? Shut that goddamn door. And sure as shit, he left it cracked that night. And I was like, oh, I caught you. Fucking finally, shut the fucking door. Not even a half hour later, we hadn't moved, nothing. We were sitting on the couch underneath a blanket watching Napoleon Dynamite. And her face just turns white. And she's like staring at that door. I'm like, what? And I look up and that fucking door was fucking open again. I didn't even hear it open. Didn't hear it fucking open. Whoa. It was open again. And neither one of us moved. They'd left. I watched him shut it before he left.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I walked over there. Some other shit happened. Like it was crazy, but
that'll make your butthole pucker up.
Oh yeah, man. But back to what I was saying though, it's like Hunnicutt was like, and I were talking, well, like the first like real hippie chick I ever met, and I were like smoking pot and like sitting around having a powwow, and she was like, we're talking about this, and she was like, what you have to do is you have to embrace its presence. That's its home, you know. So I did it. I put a little lighter in the room and stuff. So I was like, you can have your own lighter, man. Are you looking for a lighter? Like here, you know, whatever. And I'd like talk to it, and I started acknowledging it. And like you said, then I just became complacent. And I have so many photos of us partying in that apartment where I have so many fucking orbs in them. Like so many weird things in pictures, like no faces or anything like that, but like what they describe as orbs, which a lot of people say can be dust and stuff like that too. But who knows? I mean, my apartment wasn't clean. Maybe it was dust, but yeah, they look like fucking orbs to me. I still have them someplace, but yeah, like a lot of little shit would happen. That door never stayed shut even after that day, you know. But we kind of got an understanding of each other. At least I could sleep at night. There's another time in that same apartment. So then I stopped sleeping in that bedroom because of that lighter. I started sleeping on my couch all the fucking time. And one night I was in that same place where I wasn't quite asleep, not quite awake, and it felt like somebody took their hand and cupped it around my ear. It was the same thing. I thought one of my buddies was fucking with me, and I like fucking pop up nothing. Like the hearing, like it sounded like it. The hearing changed. It was warm. It was warm. It wasn't like cold, and everybody describes. It was like warm, like a hand. Which is what really made me. It was like, you know, you feel like somebody's hand get close to you like this, you know. But then it touched, and I heard it like cup, and it was, you know, like the pressure would change inside your ear. Exactly like somebody cupped their hand over my ear. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it was, but then I started kind of thinking it was funny after a minute. I was like, he's just like fucking with people. Like, he's never hurt me, you know? He's just whatever. And it's kind of weird because I could just sense it was a dude, you know? And the apartment complex lady didn't believe in ghosts, but there was like, I talked to a few of my friends that had been in the apartment, and they said it was haunted. Because it's funny, I'd remember hearing my buddy talk about stories about an apartment up there being haunted. And
and
that's
your apartment.
Yep. No, I asked him, like, I was like, what apartment did you
yeah, that's where
and
you
he
live.
was, oh, fuck, it was yours, dude. And I was like, no, it wasn't fuck you. He was like, I swear to God, that's where that chick lived that I used to
live in the
babysit
murder
for.
house.
Yeah, no, it's like some guy, I think, got lung cancer or a heart attack or something in there is what happened. It was a handicap apartment. They put me in there because there's nobody handicapped that wanted to live in it. So they're like, you can live here, and they're like, and we won't evict you ever. But like, if somebody that's handicapped wants to move in here, and there's another apartment open, we technically have to move you out and let them have it. So eventually I did end up moving out. I moved upstairs, and nothing happened upstairs.
Yeah.
But there was another apartment like me and my wife lived in. That was where the sleep paralysis happened. It was in that same complex, so it's all the way on the other end. That was a way darker thing inside that, but yeah.
Some of them are some like some of the like that dentist guy that I had that dude was fucking evil, man. But then I've had experiences where like what you're saying, where you're like, quit tickling me.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of shit. But those darker ones, man, it's
it wasn't like that at first, but yeah, once I got used to it, it was kind of like funny. But yeah. All right, man, I better get off here. I feel like it's gonna shut off. It's glitching, man. It's good to see you, Frtiz. Hopefully,
you too.
Hopefully, you can see you on the road soon, man. Like, I want you guys to get back up here and start playing, man. I miss shows and.
No shit, man. Yeah. Likewise, man. We had a good run there for a little bit before all this stuff happened. Hopefully, we can do that again, man.
That'd be fun, man. Yeah, it was good. All right, brother. I love you.
Thanks for having me on, man. I'm fucking stoked, and I got more too. I got UFO stories.
Oh yeah, we'll save them, man. I'm gonna try to do this every year, I think. So, and maybe since I got a few people on, maybe more people will jump on next year, and we can do more people. But yeah, thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, Frtiz. Later, buddy.
You, bro. Later, bro. Take care, man.
Yeah.
Stay safe.
All righty.
6 weeks of riding and hiding, I came across this town. Torn and tethered and shattered, I've got to bed down. I stumbled into the tavern, my eyes on this dame. That's when I noticed her eyes were doing the same. And when the fella beside her up and reached for his piece, let's handle this like men out in the street. I ride a horse made of acid, fire in his veins. And if you ever meet my six gun, hell is his name. As we faced in the street, he had devils will dance. The bullet screamed so quickly right through his skull as I ride through the mud made from his blood.
I'm stirring in the morning for the first day of life. I know I should be sleeping. Lately I ain't right. I wish I could forgive you all the things I've done. Truth be told, I'm loaded like a bullet in a gun. When it all falls down, hell, I'll find myself wondering what hell I thought I found. Now I'm whole, strung out. I'm searching for a feeling that I thought that you'd give out. You told me I was something. I said, so are you. You was being facetious. I was speaking truth. You never said you loved me. You just hung around. Now I'm stuck here leaving bloodstains on the ground. When it all falls down, hell, I'll find myself wondering what hell I thought I found. Now I'm whole, strung out. I'm searching for a feeling that I thought that you'd give out. Yes, I'm searching for a feeling that I thought that you'd give out.
All right.
So what's up, Amy? How's it going?
Just chilling, hanging out.
Cool. It's working a lot better actually now. I just said that. So
Yeah.
What so you guys getting ready to go out on tour, huh? Or
Yeah, we're gonna just for the weekend go to Tombstone, Arizona on Friday, and then Parker Canyon Lake on Saturday, and possibly Bixby on Sunday.
Cool. Right on.
It'd be fun. California.
Yeah, and just a reminder to anybody listening, I put up some links to Amy's PayPal so to help them get on the road and keep on the road and maybe not go completely broke on the road. I've every $5 donation that she gets on PayPal, I'll send out a free Ruckus in the Place comp for you guys if you send me your address. And then we're also going to do a raffle for a hoodie and a beanie for every $5 you donate. So,
yeah, so far helped a lot. We're actually gonna pick up merch before we head out and have hats and koozies to actually take on the road. So
cool, man. Yeah, hopefully we can drum up a few more bucks. Once you guys get back, we'll do the drawing. So I'll have it going continuously the whole time you're gone. So hopefully while you're out there, you'll get $5 or $10 here. Maybe get a burrito or something.
Yeah, right. That's what we'll live off of, burritos.
So anyways, yeah, this is the Halloween special. Day late as always, or 2 days by the time I get it up. But yeah, so we're telling scary stories. Had a few people on. Had Bob on, James on, and Frtiz from WhiskeyDick on. So let's hear your scary story.
Well, there's a few. I'm trying to think of which one would be the best. First of all, our house is pretty haunted.
Yeah.
There's like comes up missing all the time. There's one day Cole came out of his room. He's like, "Where's my cigarettes?" I was like, I don't know." He's like, "Truck keys." I'm like, I don't know, dude. He was in his room looking all around, went out back, walked back in there, sitting right where he had just looked.
Huh. Yeah. Huh.
And there was one time I had a hat that I'd given somebody randomly show up at my house like 2 weeks later in the house. That was something of my grandpa's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
I think creepiest things ever, I was at the Modesto Cemetery one night because that's where my grandpa's buried and my grandparents on my dad's side. I was out there drinking a beer, sitting on my grandpa's headstone, smoking a cigarette, and across the way, I kind of heard people talking. It's a pretty big cemetery. And I was like, whatever. And there's other people out here at 2 a.m. They're also weirdos. And then I saw headlights turn on, and I didn't see a car, but I saw headlights pop up and slowly going through the cemetery. And there had been some gang activity and other things going out there for a little bit. So I was like, maybe it's my time to go, get out of here. And then I heard a car door slam, and then this lady scream at the top of her lungs. And then the lights started going, and it just disappeared into the middle of nowhere. I took off running back home because I lived like 2 blocks away from there at the time. And when I got to my front door, my roommate was there. She opened the front door. She said she was having a nightmare that I was in trouble.
Huh. Yeah, that's fucking creepy.
Yeah. Even like talking about it, I'm just like, oh.
Yeah. Fucking A. Yeah, I've never had anything like that happen. A lot of the stuff that was on this episode was like sleep paralysis shit and, you know, ghosts like sitting on their bed and other random things like that. So I know some buddies that got a similar UFO story to that. They were up in, I mean, you've been into Heppner. And
yeah.
up on those hills around Heppner, there's back roads. So like you can drive up to the top of the hill and overlook the town.
Mm-hmm.
But you continue driving west on those roads, you know, and it's still just gravel road. Eventually the town kind of vanishes and it gets really dark and you can see stars for miles and miles and wheat fields. And it's funny, these guys are people that are pretty skeptical about weird shit too. Like that's what makes this story like really, like they don't have ghost stories or alien stories or UFO stories, and a lot of them like have 8-year degrees from the University of Oregon and went on scholarships. They're really smart guys, so they have a lot of explanation for these things when morons like me tend to not have explanations for shit, you know.
There's cool stuff out there. Sick.
But they were scared shitless and had no idea what they saw. But they were sitting parked towards this wheat field, and they said they saw headlights out in the middle of it, which it was harvest time, so that's nothing.
Yeah.
Really, it's nothing really out of the norm, but it was super late, so it was kind of weird somebody to be out there that late. Well, anyways, the headlights started moving towards each other, and it turned into one big light. And then it shot up into the sky and bounced around the sky in a bunch of different fucking motions and then just shot off into nothing. And it was getting like it was driving towards them, getting really, really close. And then all of a sudden it went into one light and then shot up in the air. I had no idea. One guy was like, I have no idea what it was, but it was definitely a unidentified flying object.
Yeah.
Was his.
Can't really explain stuff when you see it.
Yeah, yeah. And then, like I said, a lot of those guys would be like, you know, and he was like, I don't know if it was an alien. Might have been something military or something like that. He's like, but whatever it was, it's fucking creepy to know that, you know, anything has that kind of technology or energy, you know.
What Cole was saying when he went on that little dirt bike ride out in the desert, just
Yeah.
seeing lights and stuff in the sky out in Nevada. He's like, I can't tell what it was. He was like, they were doing weird things and moving. And
yeah, and that's just like a typical night out in the desert out there, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's always, because you see forever. You see so much more than you can in most places. And well, fuck, your area of the world is one of the most active in both UFO and ghost activity, really. I mean, that whole area, that fucking Alton, Sonora, that whole fucking place, man, is.
Yeah, that up there, there's been times where I've gone up to Columbia at night just to go walk around the town because, like, it's a ghost town, but it's not. They have it open, like, during the weekends where people can go into, like, old shops and shit. But I've had times up there with friends where we'll be walking and we hear we hear hoofs going down from horses that are not there.
Yeah.
Or people planks on the sidewalk when we're the only ones there because you turn around, there's nothing, and you still hear it getting closer.
Yeah. That's like gold mining area, isn't that? Where all that, that's all that stuff, right? Is gold mining area?
Yeah, it's all gold mining stuff.
Yeah, that whole area's got a special feeling driving into it. And I mean, there's a bunch of those little towns that are deep up in the hill that were fucking gold mining places.
Yeah.
So.
It's weird. There's a lot of weird stuff I've seen and have heard or just cannot explain, especially being up in the woods in those areas.
Yeah. You hear any Sasquatches, you think?
Huh?
I said, you ever hear any Squatches?
I don't think we have them down this low.
Yeah. You know, I don't know too many people that have any, like, legit encounters except one guy I know in Idaho Falls, Idaho. That's, but he was close to Yellowstone when that happened to him. But he's another one that wouldn't lie about shit, I don't think. So he heard something weird. It might not have been a Sasquatch, but it was definitely something fucking with him. But
yeah.
I thought the Patterson film was filmed pretty close to you.
The what?
The Patterson film is like the most notorious Bigfoot film ever. It's the one where, you know, he stops and turns.
I thought that was Southern Oregon.
No, it's northern. It might be, but I thought it was Northern Cali. But it might be more north than you, like up by Weed and shit.
Yeah, because that's still 5 hours north of me, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For some reason, I feel like you're more north than you are.
Nope. Right in the middle of the Army of California.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, whenever I went up there, it felt like it looped me into you, like, because it always sent me through Sac. So, but yeah, but on the map, if you look at it, it kind of hooks back up or west. I don't know, to get up in that area.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. I used to play there with the Driven Nails all the time. Did you ever play with those guys?
Yeah, I was playing bass for him for a little bit.
Oh, were you?
Mm-hmm.
That guy was cool. He's super religious now, though, isn't he?
Yeah. He doesn't really play a whole bunch of music anymore. It just kind of sucks because it's good.
Yeah. Do you ever bump into him?
Yeah, I see him every now and again up at the water wheel.
Right on. Yeah. Tell him Dogby I said hi next time you see him, if you think about it.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think he's on my page anymore. I think he might have just deleted Facebook in general.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
He was in that biker gang from your area. What are they called? Fuck, I can't remember. Yeah, the Death Traps. Yeah, I stayed at their clubhouse one time when I was up there.
Yeah, I used to go to parties and everything they had, and
yeah,
it's just classic bikes and just living, the dirty biker life, sleeping on the side of the road with Harleys, and it's pretty great. Like the way they're just so nomadic about it. They just have their sleeping bag and they'll literally pull off some highway and just sleep under the stuff.
Yeah. And they're not like bad, but they're not like necessarily like, they're not like a church biker gang by any means. They're not, but I wouldn't necessarily call them like 1%ers. I mean, I'm sure there might be a couple in there that are what would be considered a 1%er, but I don't think they're as fucking dirty as some of them can get,
They're dirty, but just greasy.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of them got sober, I think. I said, I think a lot of them got sober. I knew like 3 or 4 of them, and eventually they all got sober because they were just way too fucked up on dope.
Yeah.
So, but, well, fuck. I should probably let you start getting ready to go to your family's house, man. And, but I appreciate you being on, and I hope you guys have a good tour.
Yeah, thank you.
Getting ready to put that album out. I'm going to put the order in next week, so.
Oh, yeah, I got the single up on Spotify and all that. It's going to be going on soon. It takes longer. And then I set up the actual digital release for Black Friday.
Right on. Fucking sounds good. So everybody's got that to look forward to. It's a good album, too. So,
good thing.
I was going to say one of the better ones I put out with on the label. And so I'm pretty excited.
Cool. I'm glad you are. I can't wait for people to actually be able to listen to the whole thing.
Yeah, and I can't wait for people to you guys to actually be able to tour with it, spread the word, like a real tour.
Hopefully that's something that happens again.
Yeah, no shit. The window keeps opening and shutting.
We're kind of talking about how it feels a little sketchy to be leaving like on voting day or election day to go to another state because we don't have no clue what's going to happen. We're just going to go to Arizona, and who knows if there's going to be, civil wars or anything else because the world's crazy right now.
Yeah, well.
Or cover it's, looks like the end of the world. Maybe we're just driving into
Yeah.
Yeah, the apocalypse.
Good as time as any, probably, to go do something positive and feel some kind of energy that is not fucking radiating off your phone,
Yeah. Then get out of California because this place sucks.
Yeah. The fucking America sucks right now. It's not just California.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just over it. I just need a tour again.
Yeah.
I need the open road.
Yeah. I'm with you. I missed a big show this week, and I'm kind of thinking about it, I'm supposed to be in Chicago right now, playing one of Josh E.P.'s big events that was supposed to happen. So, but. All right, Amy, be safe out there. I'm going to let you go. You have a good night.
You too.
Later.
So let me start by saying how I think it's funny that I even have to sit and write this song. And look at you, you're just the same. Yeah, you're too high on your own life. You ain't worth a second of my time. You're just a lost soul, a long lost soul. You're just a lost soul, a long lost soul. So what's the point? You talk your shit, you think you're funny, but I'll be the one who's laughing in the end. So live your life, don't live through mine. You think the world's always wrong and somehow you're always right. You ain't worth a second of my time. You're just a lost soul, a long lost soul. You're just a lost soul, a long lost soul. You think that you know me, and you think that I owe you. Now you're just a real joke. You've always been the fool. You're just a lost soul, a
Hello?
Hey, you made it on.
How you doing?
Good, man. You made it on before my co-host, too. He'll be on in just a sec, I'm sure. Some people have problems with this out the wasn't sure if you were gonna. Seems like you got on here pretty good. Oh, there's Jody now.
All right.
Is that Blackwater Dern?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. Dog bite. Here's what happened. I've been through the trials and errors of this thing many a time, so I got it down at this point.
Right on, good, man. So we'll take a little pause. I'll just do an introduction, and then we'll do a little bullshit and then roll into your story. Sound good?
Sounds good, man.
All right, cool. Hopefully, when we get like 3 people, it starts fucking up. So hopefully, it doesn't start fucking up. I just heard a little feedback. So
yeah, it with remote podcasting, nothing you can do. We'll roll right through it. Oh, I got my tongue fucked up there. I'm a little high, but we'll get through this.
I think Blackwater is too. I heard hits being taken a few minutes ago. So
hits, and I'm about a 6-pack into the evening. So.
Okay. Cheers. All right. Cheers. We're in good company.
All right, folks. With us on the phone, we got Mathew from West Coast Radio. What's up, Mathew?
How y'all doing? Good to be with you.
Good, man. Yeah, it's good to have you on. I've been listening to you for quite some time since we fired Dogwater back up. You liked us on Instagram. That was enough to get me going. I really dig your guys' podcast and what you guys are doing up there. We got some mutual friends, it seems like, and like the Scoffs and some of the Seattle musicians up there that you play on the show.
Yeah, likewise. I listen to your shit all the time, pretty much since ever we met. That's a cool thing about Instagram, right? What are the fucking chances? I would have just liked somebody or followed some channel, and then here you go. We're doing a podcast. So yeah, I really enjoy your show as well. Fucking Dogwater Radio, you can't beat it. Good to be here. Good to be here. Like I said, I'm a few joints in. I'm ready to tell a ghost story. I'm ready to scare y'all. I don't think you're ready for. Here's the thing. I don't think you've ever heard what I'm about to tell you, but it's 1,000% true, and I can promise you that.
The one that I heard on the show about the radio station ghost freaked me out a bit, and I was listening to it really late at night too. So, and actually, you kind of inspired this show. Because I was like, we need to do a Halloween special. And then we kind of had like a bunch of plans to try to do like a ghost adventure shit, but it didn't go as planned. So I was like, I'll just get a bunch of my buddies to tell some ghost stories. And so here we are now. So you kind of inspired the show too, in a way. So thank you. But without further go ahead and tell us the story, man.
Okay. Well, thank you very much once again for having me. My name is Mathew. I host a show called West Coast Radio out of Seattle. I've gotten my wits. You know when you first get on a show, you get a little nervous, your tongue gets fucking tied and everything? I'm back. I'm here. I'm ready to fucking go. So anyway, I host a show out of Seattle called West Coast Radio. You can find us anywhere you like to listen to podcasts, Apple, Spotify, all that shit. And please give us a follow on Instagram, West Coast Radio _. So this is what happened. This took place. I'm 25 years old now, and I'm past the age where I think you find out if you're schizophrenic or not. And the reason I point that out is because I had a visual experience, very visual. And some people might say, well, Mathew, you could, have this mental illness. It's possible, but I'm past the age where I think you find out whether or not you're schizophrenic. I'm sorry if I'm stepping on any sensitive toes, but I think you find out around 24, 25. Nah. I'm pretty sure that you find out.
I work in mental health, and that kind of varies, but you're right. That's pretty much, you have a pretty good idea around that age, but it can go, but it's usually heavily usually there's some kind of breakage involving drugs or like a very traumatic situation in life that might spring something like that later on in life. So, but yeah, and also usually, I don't know, there's a difference between schizophrenia, like visions and regular vision. So, and I can kind of tell by how you're talking to me right now that unless you're heavily medicated, you're not schizophrenic. So,
Well,
I'll vouch for that as a mental health worker.
My friend, I am heavily medicated, just not on that shit, not the shit you're thinking of. But anyway, people might ask, is Mathew on this or that? So here's what happened. Also, the other disclaimer is this: there's a few things that I'm going to tell you, and I'll give you warnings, but there's a few things that I'll say. You can't describe it. This was otherworldly. I can't describe it using language. It's too far out, but I'll give you a heads up, and I'll try my best. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So here's what happened. I had a brand new puppy, and this puppy hadn't even really made a peep at this point in his life. Didn't really bark or anything. Just a small poop on the edge of my bed every night. And once again, this was about 10 years ago. So I was in between my freshman and sophomore years of high school, and it was just a random night. It was random night. Up, and I could feel a vibration of my dog starting to growl. And as he growls more and more, I start to come to. And by the time I'm awake, I'm going, man, this is very unusual, because I had never really type of emotion at all, except for, he would cuddle with you, but that's it. He's just a real small dog. So he starts to growl, and I take notice, and then he barks. He goes, rah, 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 and he leaps up. And I look up, and I grab him, I comfort him. He, kind of nestles out of my grasp, starts snarling. He won't jump off the edge of my bed, though. And this is why I started to look up, because he wouldn't jump off the edge of my bed. He wouldn't jump off of it. He was just snarling, and he's getting more and more ferocious. And I look up, and there's something standing on the opposite side of my room, sort of near my door. And this thing was about maybe 5'3" or less. I would say 5 feet or less. But I'm just, I'm trying to give some cushion here, but I would say 5 feet or less. It was very short. I took note of that. And I was wearing, if y'all would samurai, like the clothing that goes under samurai armor or like samurai robes, that's like, my family's Korean, so like ancient Korean or traditional Korean garment. That's sort of what this thing was wearing. It was very baggy, and it was the sleeves were cut off at the forearm, and the pants were cut off sort of like at mid shin, but it was really fucking baggy. And also I noticed that it was a very skinny thing, and I could make out jaw bones. I could make out eye sockets. I could make out, I could make out the features, everything. I could make out arms, legs, very slender, very skinny, very elegant looking, but really sunken in, like not a skull, but almost like he slapped skin over a skull. Here's the thing. The color of this, and this is where I'm going to get into the other worldly shit, but the color of this was, if you go outside at nighttime and you look straight up, it's like looking at the night sky. So almost like gaseous, but exactly like the night sky. So that's what the color of this thing was. I couldn't see through it. It was just sort of endless. And then oozing out of it was, again, it was gaseous, but it was almost like this. Purple is not the right term. It was almost like space galaxy dust shit coming out of this thing. It's too beautiful to ever describe. I can't describe it at all, but it was the purple space dust. It's the very best I could do. So you'll bear with me. So by the time I look at it and I register, my dog is barking, and I'm aware of that, but I'm in shock at this point. And the more I tell the story, the more I understand what was going on. I wasn't in terror, but I was, because this thing, like I said, this was not from this world at all. And it was the most beautiful thing I'll probably ever see. Outside of, if I ever get married, I'll change that story. But it was fucking beautiful, guys. Holy shit. Just insane. And also, and I said this in my ghost story episode, read the Bible, every time somebody sees an angel, the first thing the angel has to say to them is, don't be afraid. And that's because I think the story the Bible is trying to pitch is, these things are so glorious that you're in fucking awe. You're in shock, like I was. So I'm looking at this thing, and it starts walking towards me when I register what's going on. And the way it walked towards me was incredibly exaggerated. So 1 foot in front of the other, moving its arms, one arm in front of the other, like weird catwalk, supermodel, Victoria. But here's the thing. It glided towards me. When its foot hit the ground, it didn't. I could see its foot hitting the ground and making impact, but it was gliding like on a cloud. It was so beautiful and so out of this world how this thing was moving. I couldn't grasp it, but I'm just looking. What the fuck? That's basically my heart's beating, But again, it's a almost like a religious experience. What's happening to me? Never done drugs at that point. So anyway, it walks right up to me, and it looks like when it gets up to me, it's looking its chin dips and it looks down at me, and we're like looking eye to eye. And at this point, I go, okay, you have to say something. You have to say something. Since then, I learned in school one day that people have either a fight response, a flight response, or they try to make friends. I think my response is usually I'll try to make friends if I can't fly, because I'm pretty fucking fast. I'm talking like 4, 5, 40, some shit like that. No joke. I would run if I could. I couldn't run in the situation. So I decided that probably I would make friends. So I tried to talk and reason. I said, Michael, which is my brother's name, why are you trying to scare me? You know I hate that. I knew it wasn't my brother. I knew it wasn't my mom either. And I said, Mom, why would you try to scare me? This isn't okay. It's the middle of the night. I knew it wasn't them again. And so when I had said that, I had come to terms with the fact that I was in a really fucking weird situation and out of this earth situation. And I said, you have no other option. Just close your eyes, run right fucking through it, and turn the lights on. So that's what I did. I closed my eyes. I turned the lights on. I turned the television on, and I just sat there. And when I had calmed down, I guess, or when I had gotten a second to be still, I cried. It was just an adrenaline dump. I was so fucking it was too much of an experience. So it wasn't like sad or too much was going on. My heart, you know, when you get real fucking mad in 4th grade, you start crying. Mm-hmm. That's what happened. So, and then here's my final disclaimer before I end this story. Do I believe in ghosts? Do I not? I don't fucking know. Am I not? I don't fucking know. But this is what happened. I can't explain it. This is what happened.
Okay. That's a good, that's a good disclaimer too. I feel like, Jesus, yeah, that one's definitely a unique one too. I like, just kind of how you like kept going and going and going. Like you kind of tell that like that was something that was real to you, at least, you know?
Yeah.
Because there's no stopping to think about things or try to remember what happened or bouncing around. You know, it was a pretty solid piece from beginning to end. That's crazy, man. Like almost something I'd want to see in like a movie or something, because I really I almost want to experience it in a way, you know?
Well, I'll tell you this. I think that if my dog hadn't been there, I would have chalked it up to a night terror. But my dog was barking the whole time. And because my dog woke me up, and because I didn't go back to sleep the rest of that night, I can't explain the situation. It was so strange. Here's what I'll say. Maybe this is what I said in the Halloween special. I think sometimes if you get in the right situation, if you have the right type, if you have, a certain type of mindset, or if you're in a certain mind state, maybe if you stayed a child inside and you still hear the Christmas bells, maybe if that type of shit happens, maybe if you think about it like a track in track and field, maybe our earth or our life is one track, and then a tiny white line separates the next dimension over. Who fucking knows? Even scientists talk about multi-dimension theories. I couldn't explain it, but maybe it's just one hop skip over. Who knows?
Yeah, this is kind of strange, because almost all the stories on this show that I've done so far, and this is one of the last interviews I'll do, have involved some kind of thing, like definitely not like this, but it's always like there's a lot of sleep paralysis, a lot of kind of same situation, I guess. Different stories, same kind of situation. But the thing that differences from you and the others is the fact that you kind of, like you said, you had your dog there to make sure that you knew you were awake, and you knew that you stayed awake after that, and that you're awake for the whole thing. It wasn't like There's a lot of things, like I was telling a story about how, I'd experienced some kind of sleep paralysis, and another guy by the name of Bob Wayne, he's a musician from up in the Seattle area too. We'd both kind of got into this discussion because we'd had similar experiences about how we felt like we were kind of in between a dimension where we were having this, just being like held down and feeling like you're not being able to breathe, yet you're still conscious, but you can't speak, you can't move, you can't express anything. And it's like the closest way of feeling like dying was the way I described that. But there's a lot of dimension kind of vibes interacting with each other on this show. You'll have to listen to it when it's done. It might take me a minute to edit it because I've got a lot of like Zoom meetings and stuff like that, and I've never edited those, so it might take me a minute to get it up. And I think this might be this might actually be a strictly YouTube episode because of how many Zoom meetings there are and stuff, but I might try to get it up on Anchor. But yeah, it's really cool. Most things on this episode have had something to do with being woken up or being in an area where you're not quite asleep but not quite awake, you know.
I got one more 30-second one if you want to hear it. It scared the fucking shit out of me, and I even at 2 a.m. on Halloween night, I sent out a video clip to all the paranormal investigators I could find.
I couldn't get it to upload that one you sent me. Something's up with my Instagram. So yeah, let's hear this one.
Oh man, yeah. So I don't know if my computer audio will be able to play it loud enough for my AirPod to pick it up. But what happened was I was doing a Halloween night show, and it was on October 30th. So midnight comes October 31st. Anyway, when it struck midnight, I said, if any spirits want to speak through the microphone, go ahead. You have the open floor. We'll give you 1 minute. And so 50 seconds happened, and then just a weird little glitch happened on my guest's computer, but that was just a little, I think, Wi-Fi glitch. Anyway, I said, all right, you have 10 more seconds. So I said, in 3, 2, 1, go. And then the sound, you'll hear it in a second if I can get it up, it went, oh, sort of like that. You could chalk it up as feedback, and that's probably what it is. But here's the thing, man. It registered on my guest's microphone. So, because I have 2 audio waves. I use a program called Zencaster that does that. So when I was editing that show, I was listening to that clip, and then I heard the fucking sound in my room. So I don't know if it's a microphone thing or not. I don't know if something weird happened, but I'll try to get it to play right now, and you'll see for yourself. Boy, oh boy, did it scare me though. I can't pull it up on desktop. I would have to pull it up on my phone. I don't think I can do that.
Is the show up yet?
Yeah, the show's up, but this wasn't. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this wasn't part of the Halloween special. No, it won't go up yet. I'll send it to you after this broadcast. Maybe you'll be able to put it up in post-production and let me know what you think. But as soon as I said 3, 2, 1, go, you'll hear the sound. It was weird.
Weird.
Sounds like microphone feedback a little bit, though.
Yeah. You should actually tell the story that you told on the episode that I watched about the with you and your buddy in the radio station.
All right, we'll do. I'll trade you. So if I do this, come on my show. I want to get to know Dogwater Radio. I think it's a real fascinating story. I've been trying to put the pieces together, but who knows if I'm right, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll come on.
All right. Here's what happened. So I got my start in Olympia radio station, and Olympia is a port town, or it was at least. It was a really popular port town back in, like, I guess the 1850s or some shit. Anyway, port town means a lot of brothels, and so Olympia was really famous for brothels. So that's how the first ghost at the radio station where I got my start in came to be. This brothel got burned down in the same spot that my radio station now stands, and the madam, the lady or the lady pimp, she haunts basically the backside of this studio. And then the main studio is haunted by a dude named Sean. Now, Sean was a deeply closeted homosexual. He lived his life in shame, unfortunately, because he didn't want to come out to his Irish Catholic family. He thought they wouldn't accept him. So he sought solace from 12 to 6 a.m. on the overnight shift, and that was his joy. So he ended up dying of cancer in the 90s, and he is very well known to haunt the main on-air studio. His picture's still in there to this day. So there's one day, anyway, Warren and I, my co-host, we would do this when we were learning how to do radio and podcasting and editing. We would stay in our radio station till like 2 a.m, messing with all the buttons and dials, learning how to do this shit. So we would always do this thing where we said, okay, well, for ghosts out there, we'll leave the mics on. We'll step outside of the studio for 10 minutes. If you want to say anything, go ahead. Nothing really ever happened for 2 years. And one day we decided to do that, but a little more extreme. You know, I did that thing they do on Ghost Adventures where I was like, you fucking loser, come show yourself, you fucking bitch. You know, because, you know, you make them angry, they'll show themselves. Long story short, Warren and I went in the sales office, and then we came out. Some dude walked into the on-air studio. I mean, clear as day, some dude walked into the fucking on-air studio. And I said, Warren, oh shit, somebody walked in there. It was very casual, though. It was like, you know, 9 to 5, somebody walking into an office. It was very casual. So we checked out the on-air studio. Obviously, there was nobody there. And we got out. I was spooked, but at the same time, like I said, it happened so quickly. That's all I could say. It happened so fast. But I walked out of the studio. So I saw some dude walk into the main on-air studio. So.
Yeah. Okay. I thought there was more to that than that.
Wait, remind me.
Wasn't there something with the lady too? In the back? Maybe Warren was telling that story.
That might have been Warren. She'll like open doors, and she's been known to turn lights on and off. And there's been a couple times where we thought there's like been some doors open and lights on and off, but we've chalked it up to just not being awake. I'm not sure if parents have had any clear experiences where he like saw her. The person that people see is Sean.
Wow. Yeah, I always wanted to know the story of that guy, because you guys didn't really go into the story of him when he just said that he used to work there. So yeah, I always wanted to hear what his story was. When
you want a story?
Huh?
You want a side story about Sean?
Sure.
I think radio's a funny thing. You could be in religious radio or family radio, which is what we were in. They'll still be deviants, you know, off the air. Of course, radio is highly ego driven, especially at the small market level, because people are making very small wages, very humble wages, working really, really hard. And so if you're doing that just to get on the air, usually you have a pretty big ego. So Sean, one day he had picked up a underage young boy prostitute in the company car, and the company car has the radio station's emblem in huge rainbow colored letters across the car. You know, his job was to help people who needed a spare tire or things like that. It was a marketing campaign, but he had picked this prostitute up, underage male prostitute up overnight, like 2 a.m. He'd gotten arrested, and he called the sales director at the radio station, said, "Hey man, I got arrested for picking up a underage prostitute. I know I got to be at like the PetSmart grand opening event in Tumwater. I'm not going to be there." And the sales manager was like, "Fuck, can't find a replacement. All right, I'll bail you out in 2 hours." Next thing you know, this guy who just picked up a male prostitute was like saying, "Hey kids, you want a free pen?" Things like that. 6 hours later.
Oh shit! Fuck!
Oh man!
Love that.
That's crazy. That's fucking funny as shit. Yeah. Well, shit, man. Thanks for coming on, Mathew. It was good to talk to you, actually, and have you on. I definitely am into coming on to your show at some point in time. We'll just have to get in contact and figure out when and what we want to talk about.
Absolutely. Dog Bite Harris, Blackwater Dern. It's been a real pleasure. And yeah, we'll go over that. We'll talk about that. There's a lot to talk about, though. I already have a lot of questions. Every now and again, I snoop, into the world of Dogwater Radio, Dog Bite Harris, see what you're up to.
Right on, strange? Yeah. No, not at all. Because like, you're one of the things I actually look at on the Instagram page, because I got about 3 different Instagram pages, and the Dogwater Radio one's not one I really stroll through a lot unless I'm trying to find new music or something like that, or trying to hit up a band to play. So you're one of the main ones I actually follow on there. And I'll be honest, I've been kind of shitty about listening to the show lately, but I just haven't really had time to listen to anything at all lately. So it's not so much I'm just bailing on listening to you. I haven't had time to do anything. Really, we've been kind of MIA for a minute.
Oh,
so
please. Listen, life is what it is. I know you'll listen when you get a chance, but shit. Weird times, man. People are scrambling, people are hustling, doing the best they can. No big deal.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely be listening to the Halloween episode because the build up to it on that one show you guys did was good. So, but hey, and life's a game of inches, my friend.
Amen to
that. So, all right, Mathew, I'm going to let you go. We're going to try to record the rest of the show tonight, and then I'll let you know when it's up, and we'll be in touch about getting on there.
All right, God bless. God bless, Blackwater Dern.
Thank you, man.
Take care.
Later.
Can I just press X?
Yeah.
Cool.
In crimson pools I see my reflection. The blue seal, all a lethal weapon. The look of hate twisting up my face. A stranger with an icy gaze. Forgive me, Lord, for I have sinned. Oh, I can't guarantee that I won't do it again. 'Cause now it's too late. off the downbound train with my guitar and a bottle and a suitcase full of pain. And I know the devil's laughing every time he hears my name. Sold my soul to music and I'll never be the same. Yeah, I sold my soul to music, I had nowhere else to turn. I got a lifetime left to suffer and an eternity to burn. And I know the devil's laughing every time he hears my song. Sold my soul to music and now I'm too far gone. Sometimes I empty off a bottle, sometimes the bottle empties me. When the walls start closing in, I hear that highway calling me. And I know the devil's laughing when that whiskey calls my name. Sold my soul to music and I'm never gonna change. Yeah, I sold my soul to music, and I'm never gonna change.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. At this point in time, we were supposed to have Felix Thursday, but not arrived back to answer us at the timely manner that he was supposed to. So we are going to carry on. Felix Thursday might join us at some point in time as the show goes on. But for now, it's just me and Blackwater Dern back at you. I just played shit.
We don't even know if he's on this astral plane anymore.
Yeah, no shit. It's probably part of the spookiness of this Halloween show, which is, have you seen Felix Thursday? Mamie, quit digging. Mamie.
You sound like fucking Bernie Mae. Mamie, that better not be smoking no pot in there.
This Shakespeare Stoute's kind of fucking potent. Yeah. It's pretty potent. So, but yeah, man, we had a lot of great interviews. A lot of shit about sleep paralysis. Stuff like that, man. Really insane stuff. I can't wait till next year. Hopefully people watch this and then we get some more people for next year. Everybody said they got more stories too. So a lot of good stories. So what do you want to talk about your story?
Well, no, I was just gonna kind of chime in on the sleep paralysis thing. Kind of they talk about, and just like, this is one thing I've learned, like listening to like Rogan and other podcasts with like the DMT and shit. Your brain actually secretes DMT while you sleep. Like the same drug that makes you hallucinate.
Uh-huh.
So they, you know, sometimes in the sleep paralysis cases, like they're kind of like trying to link it back to where, you know, I'm not saying it's not, you know, a paranormal experience. It more than likely probably is, but they're trying to like put a scientific, you know, thinking into it, and maybe think like some of like the things like the night terrors and shit like that is actually your brain making you hallucinate.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a logical fucking logical thought there. I mean, and with
Yeah, you
Mathew
know.
from West Coast Radio, maybe that was something that he was experiencing as well.
Well, you know, and they talk with like those DMT experiences also, where they in other psychedelic, you know, experiences to where they see like the interdimensional beings.
Mm-hmm.
And what he was explaining or what he was describing kind of sounds like, you know,
That's kind of what I was thinking
like
too.
one of those type deals.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking as well. That it was something that was kind of deeper than ghost or
Mm-hmm.
spirit, you know, which is cool because that was the first one like that, and how he told that story, you know, is very smooth, you know.
Yeah, there was no bullshit in that story whatsoever at all.
It was, I mean, was he dreaming and some point woke up and who knows? Like he even said, you know, he doesn't now claim that it was something one way or another, or it wasn't his mind fucking with him one way or another, but whatever he experienced was very real to him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I've told most of my ghost stories about the segments. Um, you want to tell one?
I have a couple. Actually, one you probably have brought your apartment 13 up, and
Oh yeah,
so
that's been up in almost every
um
episode.
yeah, I had an experience with like the lighter being flicked to my eyes one night when I was sleeping up there.
Yeah.
And I, you know, just and that was the only thing that ever happened with that. Just other than
Uh-huh.
that fucking other bedroom being ice cold all the time.
Yeah, that one was fucking creepy, man.
Uh,
Um, I might go in a little more depth because I was trying not to hog all their time when I was talking about that shit, but because there's more to a lot of those stories. But anyways, what else? You got anything else?
so when I was a kid, our house over on Quaid Street, before we moved into it, before my folks renovated it a little bit, there was a man that actually, like an older man, that died in the house. And for some reason, I don't know if it was just me, but I always thought there was like some like residual like spirit in the house, you know, at some point. And, you know, just like lights being turned on when they shouldn't be and shit like that. Well, one night, my folks were down bowling, and it was just me, and I was probably like 10. And we had like sacks, like brown paper sacks of pop cans in our kitchen. And uh, my brother was like away from home at the time, like he was in college and shit. And it was about 10 o'clock at night, and I heard one of the sacks of cans just out of nowhere just sounded like it got just flung everywhere in the house, like in the kitchen. And I'm like, oh fuck, you know, there's something in there, and you know, I figure it might be like our cat or something. And so I got up and went in the kitchen, and every other sack of pop cans except one was, I mean, they were all like standing up, except there was one sack that was completely flipped upside down with like no cans spilled out whatsoever on it. It was
Weird.
just like flipped upside down and like sitting on like it's like the top. And yeah, and that's the only like thing like that ever really happened, other than maybe seeing like a glint of something out of the corner of your eye every once in a while.
Yeah, I told so I told the story about my experience in my house when I was little, my earliest experience. It's still very real to me, and mine kind of goes along with what Mathew was saying too, because like um, I don't think I was in that state of mind where I was almost like kind of sleeping, but not.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure I was 100% awake, at least for some of it. I woke up and I saw a figure of basically what I think was probably a flood victim from Hebner. Either way, dressed in old timey clothes, black slicked back hair, mustache, handlebar mustache, or not handlebar, but like Fu Manchu, I guess is what they call it.
Yeah,
Where it's
and an older style mustache.
like a Doc Holiday mustache.
Yeah.
And but it took a minute for my eyes to adjust and really see the figure's face, because I thought it was my cousin James. My older cousin James was sleeping in the bed. I was sleeping on the floor. And I woke up and I thought he was standing at the end of the bed, but it wasn't. It was something else, And I was saying, "Hey, James, you need to go back to bed or else mom's going to get pissed." And then as my eyes adjusted, it was like a full grown man. And then I looked down at the bed and my cousin was laying there sleeping. I looked back up and that thing was standing there. It's like, it wasn't even acknowledging my existence whatsoever. Like, I don't feel like it even knew I was there. If it did, it didn't care at all that I was there and scared shitless. So, but I ran into my mom's room and I wouldn't sleep in my room for that whole summer. But the only other thing, nothing like that had ever happened again, really.
What time of the summer did that happen?
I don't know. I want to say early to mid. Like, it was a real big summer. Like,
was it like early June?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you honestly, man. I was like 6 or 7. But yeah,
I was gonna say, because if it was early June, that's right around the anniversary of the flood and shit.
Yeah, I mean, I got where you're going with that. So
yeah.
I don't know though. I can't remember, man. I know it probably because the window was shut. I would imagine that if it was the hot part of summer around July, that our bedroom window would either be cracked or the back door would be open or there'd be some kind of air. But I specifically remember everything being shut, like it was chilly still. So probably early June. Could have very well been. But that was very fucking real to me and had a very big effect on me negatively for a lot of years. It was hard for me to sleep in my room for a lot of years. Like, I never saw anything in that house again. When I brought it up to my mom, and I actually brought it up to her when I told her the lighter story, because my mom was the first person I told that story to about the lighter. And then I was like, then I told her, "Hey, do you remember when I was a kid?" And I was like, that was very real to me. And she was like, she didn't remember at first, but she was like, "You know what? No, I fucking remember that now." And she's like, "And you know what?" She's like, "I didn't want to tell you this because I knew it would scare the ever living shit out of you. And I haven't thought about it for a lot of years." She's like, "But around that same time, because and I've told this story in another part of this episode too, so I kind of feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but how our house was set up back in the day it was an old fucking early 1900s house where they had no fucking idea how to build things. So you'd walk into our house and you'd walk right into our living room, right into our living room. No walkway, no nothing, just right into our living room. And if you took a right, you would go into my mom's room. If you walked straight and then took another right, you would end up in our kitchen. If you kept going straight through the kitchen, you'd go into my room. Now, in the back of the house was the bathroom, and it linked up between my mom's room and my room. So the whole house kind of ran into a circle. You could walk a circle around in a house and not have to turn around and come back through, because there's walkways connected to everything. So essentially, there's 2 bathroom doors in our house for my room and for my mom's room. And I would we'd both sleep with the doors open because I would get scared. So, but my mom said around that same time, she saw a guy that matched the description of what I described, similar, but maybe not quite exact, pop his head from my bedroom into her door, like he was like came out of my bedroom door, and he kind of leaned in and winked at her and popped back into my bedroom. And my mom said she got up and went in there, and there wasn't anything in there. She said it fucking freaked her out. She said I probably stood above you for 10 minutes while you slept because I was fucking scared. She's like, I never wanted to tell you that because I mean, you never sleep in your fucking bedroom again. But after that, like, nothing ever really happened except one thing that I can remember besides just weird feelings every once in a while. The one thing that I recall happening that was really, really strange, and this could have just been a freak accident or like a freak thing that happened, but it was so weird. Like, me and my mom had this thing forever since I was like growing up, to where when she would be like cooking dinner in the kitchen or doing something, if she'd put her soda down, I'd fucking yank it up and chug down like 3/4 of it and put it back where it was at. And so anyways, one time she was cooking dinner in the kitchen, and she went, God damn it, Aaron, I just opened that Pepsi. Where the fuck did you put it? And right after she said that, she kicked it across the fucking the house. Like something had taken the Pepsi can and put it like strategically in the middle of the floor in the kitchen. And I hadn't even been in there.
Oh, shit.
So, I mean, I don't know. You know how my mom is. She could have put the fucking thing there, all just like fucking running around like a chicken with her head cut off, trying not to burn. But I don't know. It seems like that kind of seems even weird for my mom, you know? Like something put like that can like right in the middle of our old kitchen. Yeah, she just fucking kicked the son of a bitch right. She's like, what the fuck? She started screaming, what the hell? There's soda fucking everywhere. It was fucking crazy. But yeah, speaking of soda cans, that was the one weird thing that happened. And yeah. But Kevin and Candy lived in a pretty haunted house when I was younger too.
Yeah, you've told me about that.
Yeah, that one's pretty haunted. Might save that one for next year's episode though, because it was pretty active as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I always got working down at the junior high. I always got like weird feelings in the audit, the junior high audit, like the gym and everything.
Mm-hmm.
When I was like, when you'd be in there alone by yourself and shit.
I'll tell you a place that was really fucking creepy to be in alone was the old swimming pool.
Yeah.
I don't know if you, when it was after it had been shut down for a number of years, but the Looney Boys had cut a piece of the fencing off, and we used to go in there and fucking hang out. And there's like couple different ways to get in, but the easiest way was to just crawl under the fence and then go in. And yeah, we went in a couple times later at night. That place is fucking creepy. No, especially knowing that kid died there.
Yeah.
But
That's the whole creepy thing about even just that like piece of like ground.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean that shell's still sitting there. It's just under gravel.
Yeah.
You
I
know.
mean, it's under gravel and a bunch of cat shit now.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that place is a little weird. I mean, the whole town of Hebner is weird. We grew up in a weird town. It's got one of the
We grew
largest
up in
natural disasters per capita, and these are the kind of things I wish that you would have been on the show for some of them, is because you could have probably gave a little more facts. So where exactly does the Hebner flood rank in natural disasters?
And natural disasters, I believe right now it's still within the top 10 of like weather related disasters in the US. But I mean, at the time it was well, up until a few years ago, it was the number one or number two like worst, natural, happens, disaster like that had happened.
Yeah. Yeah, because how many people did it kill?
247 known people.
Yeah,
But
and then there was a bunch of mass people.
There was a bunch of, Chinese graves. There's probably, maybe some African Americans, some Native Americans, who knows? Back then they didn't really give it, it was horrible, but all that they were cared about was the white people that died.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because didn't they just kind of throw all the Chinese in one grave, or did they give them separate graves?
They gave them separate graves, supposedly, but they buried them. They buried them all in the same area of the cemetery.
Yeah, isn't it that lower corner?
Yeah, down there by Larry Mills' house.
Okay. Yeah, fuck, dude.
I mean, 30-foot wall of water comes through a town like that and, wipes out 247 people, men, women, and children. You're going to have some residual haunting,
Well, yeah, and who knows? Like, there's probably bodies. They know there's probably bodies still uncovered, but not only is there probably bodies still buried in the dirt in Hebner and places, but all up Willow Creek, because they were finding bodies in the fucking Columbia River.
Yep. And
that's how fucking far that flushed people away, was all the way to the fucking Columbia River.
Yeah, flushed them right downstream.
Uh-huh.
And the thing is, too, I mean, before the flood, look at what Hebner was. Hebner was a spur line off for a railroad for sheep herders. Hebner was a Wild West town.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to a T, man. There's bullet holes and buck names.
Yeah, there were shootings. There was the same thing that happened there as any other wild, territory town and everything.
You can tell by the pictures, too, man. I wish I had a time machine. If I ever got to go back in time, I'd go right back to Hebner around in the early 1900s and check that shit out.
Back before when Hebner was known as Stansbury Flats.
Yeah.
Back before it was even Hebner.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, and that's the thing too. I would like to go. That would be a cool thing to go back and see, like right during like the tail end of like the Bannock, like the Indian Wars around here, and
yeah,
just kind of see like the Whitman mission and all that shit. Here's a kind of a cool thing I learned the other day. When the Whitman mission came over, they met the mountain man Jim Bridger, and Bridger helped guide them part of the way. And Marcus Whitman, the main Whitman mission guy, dug an Indian broadhead out of, or like an Indian like arrowhead, dug it out of Bridger's shoulder with like no anesthetic and shit.
Huh.
Just did like frontier medicine, He's like, I'm gonna get drunk. You just dig that out.
Jesus.
Did that at a Mountain Man rendezvous.
Huh. Right on.
So.
Yeah, dude, I love hearing about the local history, man. I really do. I don't know what it is about me the last couple of years and just eating up old Oregon Trail history and settlers and just and it's rich here, man. That piece of history is really rich here, and once you like start realizing that, you can really feel that. Like, I drive to work every morning. I'm like, I always think when I pass Wells Springs, like, dude, fucking people were like in wagon trains coming to find a better life here before there was even anybody living here, like coming out here. I mean, besides Native Americans, there's no real civilization of like technology or any.
Well,
it's like that's what started it.
That's the same with me going out to work. Also, I go out and drive by homestead after homestead, and
Mm-hmm. Well, that's another thing too. Is all those old houses.
Mm-hmm.
One of these days for Dogwater, we should do that ghost town trip, man. It's so cool. And we get to see that shit on a normal basis. There's a reason people stop and take those fucking pictures all the time. It's because, like, that shit ain't everywhere.
No, it's not.
It's like this. Eastern Oregon is one of the only places you can still catch a piece of the old West.
Mm-hmm.
And it's I mean, that's pretty special that we get to. That we've got to be a part of that, as much as I hate being here sometimes. I mean, those taking a drive on the back roads will really put my life into perspective and why I do love this place. Remind me that I do love this place, regardless if I might have some ill feelings towards it sometimes, that I need to like step back and realize that, this place isn't just for dickheads. There's plenty of beautiful things for people like me here,
Well, there is a reason that people battle the hardships of settling this area and settling this place.
Oh yeah, and it was a pain in the ass to settle here. Water is kind of hard to find. Fucking not much good for crops other than wheat and potatoes. The ground was hard to plow, I'm sure. Yeah, man, there was like not much. It was hot as fuck during the summer, cold as fuck during the winter. Like, it's a goddamn high desert, man.
Then when the pioneers started coming out here, the U.S. Army had pissed off the fucking natives out here so much that then you had problems with Indians and.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because a lot of people don't talk about the Indian wars out here.
No.
They kind of got swept under the rug for whatever reason. You hear about them, in like the Dakotas and Montana and even in the Seminoles down the Florida area. You hear a bit about it in other places, but you don't really hear about the ones in Eastern Oregon or up in this area. Even though Chief Joseph is fucking buried up here,
Well, and they never really talk about like the Shoshone-Bannock Wars, which was like a lot of the battles around here was part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with that, you ever hear of like the Battle of Sand Hollows?
Yeah, I think because you told me.
Yeah, right out there by Wells Springs and out in that area was one of them.
Yeah, that's that guy, that Gillum dude shot himself around that time, didn't he? Because he was being chased by what was it?
Supposedly he shot himself, but he was such a piece of shit that it was historically doubted that he might have been
assassinated by his own people.
Might have been killed by friendly fire.
Yeah, because he wasn't really very well.
He was a very evil, bigoted person.
Oh yeah, and they named a county after him. They sure love him around this area.
Yeah. You know, I will say at least this: the county seat of that county, at least, is the town is named after a fucking really well-respected paleontologist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Condon.
Huh.
That's the Thomas Condon Paleontology Center over there by Kimberly.
Okay, so that's what it's named.
Yeah, Thomas Condon was was the main paleontologist in Oregon.
So yeah,
and there was a
lot of time out here, huh?
Yeah, he spent a lot of time out here. Spent a lot of time over in the John Day Highlands, especially over at the fossil beds. He was a pretty cool guy, man. A lot of the shit in the U of O fossil records and everything was stuff that he got while on expeditions out here.
Huh.
We actually should go over to that paleontology center. It's really cool.
Right on, yeah, man. I didn't even. Where's that at? It's up by Kimberly.
Yeah, it's over between Kimberly and Dayville.
Didn't we stop there one time to pee?
No, that was Blue Basin. That was like a little hike that you can go.
Oh, okay.
But it was over in that area.
That whole area is really cool, man. I wouldn't mind living in John Day if it wasn't so in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, I just seen where our old company is opening or is switching to an SRTF over there.
Oh yeah, because they can't make any money anymore, which is actually going to be kind of hard because there's not a lot of places for. Anyways, that's a discussion for another time.
Yep. So, but
well, we're coming up half an hour, and so Felix. I guess we're not getting a Felix Thursday ghost story this week.
Oh. No snaggle post Saturday story.
Yeah, he's coming up next week, maybe, hopefully. So if I don't know, maybe we should try to. I don't know if we'll be able to squeeze an episode of Dogwater in or not. We might be able to in the evening. Are you working Saturday?
No, I'm just working Friday.
Okay, yeah, maybe we'll be able to squeeze an episode in. I have to graph out a show well ahead of time because I'm going to be busy as fuck, but maybe we can all get together and go do something.
Yeah, that's what I figure. Maybe we can either that or I can just come over and we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we need to get over to Great Pacific pretty soon too and re-up our beer. Like this week, we should try to get a trip over there. I'm almost out of weed too, so there's that.
Yep, that's kind of the same way I'm at.
So. I've probably got enough to last me a while, but I definitely am out of beer, and I'd like to go over to Great Pacific. Block 15 just delivered a bunch of shit to him. I saw on dude, that Untapped app is fucking rad, man. You fucking hit the jackpot with that fucker. That's one of the best discoveries you've ever made for this show, I think. I really like that app, so.
Hey, it's just it's cool. It's helped me discover a bunch of new beers.
Mm-hmm.
It's
kind of cool too because you can read up about the breweries and stuff too on them.
Yeah, and the badges are cool. It's kind of neat to be able to collect, certain ones and shit.
Yeah. One thing's for sure. I think I need to get away from Rogue for a minute. So, I mean, if I find a good Rogue there that I haven't tried. I think I might have tried all the ones that have been released. So, as of late,
I was gonna say you're pretty tapped out on Rogue beers.
I mean, I think I legitimately think I might have tried all of the ones that have been released. Wouldn't mind getting my hands on one of those chocolate cherry stouts, but even then, I've already tried it. I'd probably just get that for my collection. So, or a double chocolate stout.
Ooh, the wax topped bottle.
Mm-hmm. Those ones are good too.
Yeah, I've had those before. Those are.
You know what? Really Eric Kent was looking for a good Grolsch the other day, man. I haven't seen Grolsch for a long time.
Grolsch.
You don't know what Grolsch is?
Oh yeah, those flip top bottles. Yeah.
Yeah, those are good, man. But anyways, yeah. So I think I'm gonna try to go outside my realm.
It was a bit too much like Heineken to me.
Yeah, it's a little fancier than Heineken. You don't like Heineken, do you?
No, I'm not a big Heineken or Stella Artois.
Well, with as much as you like rolling, you don't like Heineken.
See, and that's the thing. I like Rolling Rock.
It's not but to be fair, Rolling Rock isn't quite as Heineken's like a tough Rolling Rock. So the fact you like Rolling Rock over Heineken doesn't really surprise me a whole lot. But I would think you wouldn't dislike it so much, I guess, because I know that you really don't care for Heineken all that much. So, but
I don't know if it's so much the taste of Heineken or just the atmosphere of it.
What do you mean the atmosphere of it?
Well, just like that. Oh, it's a Heineken. Like, it's Heineken.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never felt that atmosphere. I've just always really liked the beer. This fucking, I'll tell you something, dude. I'm still nursing this Rogue. I think it's a little better, just a little warm. The Shakespeare Stout it's a lot fucking better if you don't drink it ice cold and you let it sit for a minute. It almost needs to like breathe like a steak.
Yeah, like a wine.
Mm-hmm.
You almost kind of you have to let a stout. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's really good now that I've let it sit. It's I'm really enjoying it, but it was like really kind of lackluster. It was pretty good, but when I opened it up and took the first few drinks and it was ice cold and still fizzy, it was like it was pretty good, but I think I like it a little better warm and kind of just chilling.
Yeah. Stouts and porters and stuff like that's meant to be drank at room temperature.
Yeah. I mean,
they're not meant to be drank cold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. Well, shit, man. Well, everybody, I want to thank everybody for coming on the show.
Hell yeah.
Be sure to share this show and be sure to like and subscribe to all of our pages or Instagram pages. Be sure to like and subscribe to all the artists on here. Big shout out to West Coast Radio. Great podcast. Add them to your playlist on Spotify or whatever. I think they're on pretty much every outlet just like we are because we all use Anchor. And get yourself, go over to their Instagram, give them a like, all that good shit. And, yeah, man, been a good show. The Cole Hinkle's album will be sent off to print this week. So it should be here in a couple weeks and headed out the door, I would say, by November 20th, we'll have Cole Hinkle's album on our shipped out to you guys. So,
right in time for Black Friday.
Yep. Hoodie pre-sales are up as well. We should be getting some new beanies and patches soon. Getting some new shit for the store. So right in time for Black Friday, right in time for the holidays. If you order a hoodie now, it should be here in time for Christmas. So go hit up the store and get all your needs. But yeah, we'll see you fuckers next week. I don't know what we're planning on doing.
Get all your goods in the sitch.
Well, see you fuckers next week. Enjoy.
Adios, muchachos.
is to